Minish Cap. I don't remember if surely there's probably an intro scene to this, but it's been a while since I've played, so I don't recall. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. You've only ever beat this once. I've beat it a handful of times, but it's one of my more seldom played Zelda games. I guess there is no intro to this. We had a joint. I was going to continue that thought, but we had a joint hero name redemption by accident today. So we're combining Bob and, well, Bob 2 and Dink. So our hero's name is going to be Budink. Minish Cap is one of my more seldom played Zeldas, and I was looking at I was thinking about which Zelda games we have left in the main series for Triforce Tuesday. Here we go, here's our intro. I might not be able to continue this thought for a while. A long, long time ago, when the world was on the verge of being swallowed by shadow, the tiny Pickery appeared from the sky, bringing the hero of men a sword and a golden light. With wisdom and courage, the hero drove out the darkness. When peace had been restored, the people enshrined that blade with care. How's the audio for you guys? This music should sound familiar to you. Sounds good. It's in audio. It's loud enough, like the balance is good. Always having to tweak things. Good morning, Master Smith. The classic Zelda voice. Goodness me, Princess Zelda. You sneak out of the castle and come all this way alone? The minister is sure to be worried about you. You know how he gets. Oh, don't worry about him. He'll be fine. Where's Budink? The whole town is bustling for the annual Picori Festival, or whatever. I thought he and I might go together. Would you mind terribly? Oh, is that what you're here for? Well, Budink was up late helping me last night, and he's still asleep. But I do have an errand at the castle. Yes, that should be fine. Budink, time to get up. I like the idea that every time he says some quip, joke, or flirts, he winks at the person, shoots finger pistols, and says, Budink! Thought Zelda had a British accent. Not on this stream. Budink, time to get up. So what I was going to say as we gain control of Budink here, excuse me, is that the upcoming games, I'm literally excited for 25% of them. Zelda is so front-loaded with such great games, and I've played all the ones that I really, really love aside from Twilight Princess, and I do really enjoy A Link Between Worlds as well. But those are the only two that I'm like genuinely excited for. So if you look at what we've got upcoming, it's the Minish Cap, which I'm pretty meh about. Twilight Princess, which I love. I'm excited for that. Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, which I'm not excited for genuinely, which sucks because it's a Zelda game, but they're not that fun to play. Skyward Sword, which is like another kind of indifferent one. It's alright, I like it, but I don't like it well enough that it's super exciting for me. Link Between Worlds I do like, so that's the second one. And then Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, which I'm kind of indifferent towards. So out of the 8 games we have to go, I'm excited for 2 of them. You know? So it's just like, kind of stinks. I do enjoy a lot of story interactions in Skyward Sword. I do too, and I enjoy the world and the art as well in Skyward Sword. Out of all those games that I'm not excited for, Skyward Sword is probably the one that I'm most excited for. I legit called an appraiser, and they called you Caddy. Okay, so my name is James Hammond. You can call me James or Mr. Hammond. Just because everybody calls you by your occupation of princess doesn't mean everyone wants to be called by their job. Could you imagine if people just called me streamer? It's funny because I haven't played the N64 or Game Boy Color or anything up until Breath of the Wild because I moved and lost my video game friends. Aw, man. Master streamer. Excuse me. So Minish Cap, yeah, not one of my favorite titles, and there'll be a few reasons why that we'll talk about along the way. Hey, Bodink, Princess Zelda is here. She'd like to know if you'd join her at the festival. Yeah, Bodink, come on, let's go check out the festival together, or whatever. Master Smith already gave me permission to take you. Wait, so shouldn't it be the other way around? I like how the princess needs permission to take this random citizen. Yes, after all, the festival only comes once a year. Go on, have fun. And while you're there, you can do me a favor. I just finished making this sword for the minister at Hyrule Castle. I'd like you to deliver it to him. You accepted the smith's sword. Make sure you don't lose this extremely important delivery. Wait, is that him? Yeah, that's him. This is the blade that will be presented to the winner of the competition. Don't lose it. While the two of you may be childhood friends, remember, Zelda is the Princess of Hyrule. You watch over her. Don't let anything bad happen to her. Foreshadowing, perhaps? Master Smith, quit worrying. We'll be perfectly safe. Come on, Bodink. Let's go check out the festival. What's up, Corey? I hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. Is that Strimmer? Hog! 20 rupees, let's go. Just realize how ambiguous that could be if you used Slavic C's. Can I? Oh, I can. We can pick things up right off the bat. We don't need a power bracelet. Thank you for the good luck, Corey. Hope you're doing well, man. We had a nice weekend. Bodink, over here. So the game starts out with Ocarina of Time music and also Ocarina of Time sounds, or at least Ocarina of Time like sounds. Bodink, hurry, let's go. Over here, come on, hurry up. Well, here we are, the town of Hyrule. Great. It's loud enough for you guys? I forgot, actually, one sec. Okay. Here we are, Bodink. Doesn't it look fun? Amina Bodink, do not let anything happen to her. Political instability affects from the top down. The economy will literally crash, and famine will be the main cause of death until the power vacuum is filled and the wars end. So, you know the buddy system. Oh, you got an emo pickle? Oh, great. Let's add it. You can hear the pan flute. Why do I need to sign in? Here we go. There you go, Pickle. Have fun. Come on, let's look around. Hyrule Town. Welcome to the Picori Festival. They say that every 100 years the Picori come to Hyrule, and this is the 100th year to the day since the last time the Picori were here. Preparing for the festival left me absolutely exhausted. Still, I'm just enjoying watching people have fun. High quality. Alright, so this is Hyrule Town. A lot of people around. Hey, who's this guy? You guys know this guy. Hi! Are you enjoying the festival? It's so much fun. I'm so happy to be here. My fresh fruits are just delicious. Buy some. So Dink, there's a storyteller here. I should stop and listen to. Oh, I wonder what's over there. Alright, so Zelda has undiagnosed ADHD. Why doesn't he wear a shirt ever? That's actually... Is that Grimace? That's Grimace. Happy birthday, Grimace. Because apparently your birthday lasts like an entire year or something. I have a hair on me. Would you... what's up, Zelda? So the Picori are real. My father always told me they were. Oh, look at that. Yep. Say, wasn't there going to be a sword fighting tournament at that castle? I wonder who won this year. Oh wow, over here. You okay, Zelda? Ding ding ding. Where's Dink Donk? Can I get some Dink Donks in the chat? This is like the perfect time to use that emote. We have a winner. Oh my, Princess Zelda, you won the grand prize in our drawing. Wow. Thank you, Gecko. You get your choice of any of these wonderful prizes. What will it be? First, we have this lovely heart-shaped stone. Caddy, thank you so much for the 100.
Kane, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Grimace, happy birthday to you.
Kane. You spelled Kanye wrong. But thank you so much for the 100, Caddy. Thanks for the dink donks. We have this lovely heart-shaped stone. Next, we have... Oh, that's going towards our Majora's Mask rando. This magnificent gem. And finally, there's this teeny tiny shield. So, which one would you like? Ding donk, ding donk. No Gecko, but I would like to. Maybe we'll do that on stream at some point, just for fun. Let me guess, the jewel? Oh, but this heart stone is very cute too. Choose whichever you'd like.
This shield is so adorable, I think I'll take it.
Caddy, thank you for the additional 100.
Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear Grimace, happy birthday to you.
D Grimace. Thank you, Caddy, for the 100 birthday bits. Dink donk. I forgot I had people sit dink donk. What? Why would you want that ugly thing? What about the heartstone? It's cute. Or this giant gem. It's pretty. Honestly, they're both much nicer than that nasty little shield thing.
Nope, I want the shield. Can I have it?
What a strange princess you are. Well, okay, here's your teeny tiny shield.
Here, I want to give you a present. Doesn't this shield suit you perfectly, Bodink?
Princess Zelda gave you a small shield. Hold the button to protect yourself. You know, the button. It is a little embarrassing, though. It's so tiny. Hey man, size doesn't matter. But always use protection. You know what I mean? I'm sorry.
Yep, just as I thought. You look great. Now, if anything happens, you can protect me with that shield. Oh, I almost forgot. We have to take Master Smith's sword to the castle. Let's go, Bodink.
Great. D Grimace. I'm protecting her. Wait, there. I've got a shield and a human shield. Hey, it's this kid. Hyrule Castle.
Come on, Bodink. Let's hurry to the castle.
Well, way to go, Link.
Ouch, that must be a business scrub I heard the soldiers talking about. They were saying a Deku scrub had been hassling all the passers-by. But Ink did something about it, otherwise we can't get to the castle. If only we had some way to defend ourselves against those nuts of his.
What a tough puzzle. Oh, by the way, I have a fan over here now, so A, if you see the tapestry just blowing like crazy, that's why, but also if you hear anything, I'm sorry about that, if you hear any background noise, but hopefully it doesn't get picked up too much by the mic. Please forgive me, sir. I heard there was a festival and I came to town hoping to hawk my wares. Unfortunately, we scrubs have the tendency, is it scrubs? I guess it's scrubs, have the tendency to spit nuts when we speak. Everyone got scared and ran away and no one will buy anything. This is a terrible place to do business. I'm going back to my cave. Did anyone pop a cap on your head? What's up, Phil? Hope you're doing well. I said if I get 10 gift subs today, I'll wear the hat for the rest of the stream. That's the deal. Meet your hair blowing in the breeze.
I actually feel a little sorry for that business scrub, but that nut hurt. Oh well, he won't be hassling anyone now. We better hurry to the castle.
Shampoo deal. Welcome to Hyrule Castle. Ah, Princess Zelda. When did you leave the castle? What's up, soldiers? Yeah! Oh, Bodink, you brought the sword, did you? Then, as minister to the kingdom of Hyrule, I, Potho, accept this blade. You came just in time. The award ceremony will begin soon.
I'm sorry, Budink, but I better go. I have to prepare for the ceremony. I had a good time at the festival. Thanks for coming with me. Bye.
Since you're here, Bodink, why don't you join us for the award ceremony? Pickle. He's gonna revive the old Overall Essences commercial, but on Twitch. That might be a little against TOS. I guess. Do you know about that sword, Bodink? It's called the Picori Blade, and it locks even much evil away in that chest. The Picori Blade is sacred among the people of Hyrule. The legend has it that long ago the Picori gave us this blade. Whoever wins the competition earns the honor of touching the sacred blade. Soul Guy voice reminds me of the professor from Day of the Tentacle. What is that, Gecko? I suppose that's the king. Let the award ceremony commence. Vati, champion of the competition, you may approach the blade. A LucasArts click game. I grew up in that era. Why does he have the happy mask sales? So there's a lot of reused audio assets in this game. He's got the happy mask salesman's laugh. Wait, what? Wait, what? What voice did I give to the happy mask salesman? It was something really ridiculous, and now I don't remember what it was. Oh shoot. Oh, I think I gave him Herbert's voice from from Family Guy. I think that's what it was. To think things will go this well. The Picori blade and the bound chest spoken of highly in the lore. This chest must hold that which I seek. I'll relieve you of its contents now. That's the voice we gave Happy Mask Salesman, so I guess if he's got the same laugh. Do not interfere with me. As Victor, I've earned the right to approach the Picori blade. I've been waiting for this moment. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Who are you? Why are you doing this?
The princess with the mystic aura. The power that was gifted to the people of Hyrule still flows within the veins of the ladies of its royal family. Interesting. If I leave you now, you'll only cause me trouble later. That will never do.
To stone with you! Voice just completely changed for a moment. Oh no.
All who stand in my way shall share this fate. Now to find out what power awaits me in this chest. Empty. There was nothing in there but a rabble of monsters. What is the meaning of this? Well, I know the force I'm after is somewhere out there. I'm in no hurry. I can take my time searching for it.
Great. How's the SNES controller? SNES controller feels super authentic. Yeah, it feels really nice. It's got a good weight to it as well. But it feels good. Everything feels really nice. We have yet to use, you know, much of the buttons, but I can do this and that. So that's cool. Wake up, Link. I mean, Bodink. Such an understated voice for such intent. Oh, I forgot to accept. There we go. Everything is taken care of. Awesome. Oh, thank goodness, you've awakened. Master Smith is here as well. He's come to see His Majesty the King. Shouldn't there be a comma there? Love that Nintendo re-released the controller yet again. This feels really nice. I do like the feel of it a lot. The buttons feel really nice too. Oh, Bodink, you're awake. Are you feeling alright? Stand at my side. The King of Hyrule is about to speak. It is as you have all heard. A sorcerer named Vati has cursed my fair Zelda and turned her to stone. If we had that sacred Picori blade, we likely would have broken the curse. But Vati shattered the blade. However, I have not given up hope. What do you know about the Picori? The Picori? Not much beyond what the fairy tales say. They're supposed to be very tiny, if I'm remembering correctly. Yes, the ones from the fairy tales. But the Picori are no mere legend. They most certainly exist. No one outside of the royal family knows the truth about them. The Picori, who forged the sacred blade, live deep within the Minish woods. They should be able to repair the broken blade and reforge the sword. I already forget the voice I gave this guy. I genuinely don't remember the voice I gave him. What? Then we must dispatch the soldiers there at once. I think it was something similar to that. No, the soldiers will not do. The Picori do not show themselves to anyone but the children. Our soldiers could search for days and still find no sign of them. I see. If that's the case, then why not send Bodink? If Bodink has recovered, then yes. I would like to ask this of him. Please, turn my precious Zelda back to normal. The Picori should know how to create a new sacred sword. It will be a dangerous journey, now that those monsters have been freed. Please take the sword with you along with the broken Picori blade. You accepted the broken Picori blade. This is part of the sword needed to reforge the sacred sword. Don't lose it. And I've got the smith sword. It's a sharp blade made by your grandfather. Cool. Very well then, send the soldiers to search for Vati at once. I thought you'd... Oh, for Vati. Deep within the Minish woods, you will find a place called Deepwood Shrine. Once humans and Picori shared that shrine as a meeting place. I think it would be best if you started your search there. Take this map with you. If you get lost on your way to the forest, simply check your map. Just press start and then L or R to open the map. I've marked the location of the forest for you. Good luck and be careful. We've got the map. Now I'll never get lost. Doodle-doo. Excellent. I am counting on you, Bodink. Only you can break Vati's curse and free Princess Zelda. Just me. There are no other children. It's just me. Alright. Oh yeah, this is the intro. We just started, Phil. I got 1 rupee. It's green. Don't spend it all in one place. Ha 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 ha. So funny. Single rupee. I got a heart. These replenish your life energy a little bit. I think I actually may want to play this at some point. I love A Link to the Past, and this seems extremely similar. Then you are going to really love A Link Between Worlds, if you've never played that before. That's a new noise. The name's Muto. I'm the head carpenter around these parts. King of Hyrule himself has entrusted me with this project. See, that sorcerer's attacks tore things up pretty bad around here. You know, kid, shouldn't be playing anywhere near the construction zone. Creepy. It's like all of these monsters just appeared out of nowhere. That sorcerer was something else. He really tore up the town, so we've got a serious backlog of work to do. I'm so busy. Gotta finish here so I can go repair the steps next. No time to talk, kid. The boss has us working our fingers to the bone. No time for a break, even. There's so many games that I don't know about. I stopped playing for like 15 years and only just restarted 2 years ago. I'm also in that camp, Phil. I never played games really growing up. I talk about this a lot. I've never really been a gamer. The one franchise that I have stuck with my entire life has been Zelda. So I know Zelda games very, very well. And but aside from that, like, there are so many games that people talk about on my stream, and I'm like, what is that? And so I've used Casual Friday as a way to play games that I've never heard of or experienced before. So like Pikmin is what we're doing now, and I've never played a Pikmin game before in my life. And I know people really like that, but I've played Metroid games, which I've never played before. I've played Donkey Kong games. I've played Kirby games, but I've played most of those. But there are some that I haven't played, so hopefully we'll play some of those titles. But just in general, like, there's so many things I'm not aware of, so many things that I didn't grow up with, so many things that I'm not familiar with, and people talk about them all the time. And I hope to use, you know, streaming as a way to experience those. Yeah, like Secret of Mana, like I know nothing about that. Really started during Raisin Bran. Lone Ranch. Look, it's minions. Vale Falls, Minish Woods, Lake Hylia. No dice on, like, rupees at all. Minish Woods lie far to the south from here. If you get lost, check your map. Oh, Bodink, you're heading for Minish Woods now, aren't you? Leave the monsters that Vati freed to us, and you go find Picori. Oh, gosh. Down the ranch. Ow. Whole lot of nothing. Can't get out that way. I am very unlucky in terms of drops here. I just played Mario 64 when I restarted, and my mind was blown. I love Mario 64. I think it's a great game. The Minish Woods! We found it. We found it. How do I get it? I want it. Literally not very many drops. I'm not doing well with drops. Help! Help me! Ouch! Won't somebody stop them? Ow, ow! Help somebody! Can anybody hear me? We got a piece of heart. Hey, kid, you there? Ow. Hey, don't just stand there, do something. Ow! What's wrong with you? You like watching me take this abuse? Help me. Doobie-doobie-doobie-doobie. Yo, what's up, Daphne? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you had a nice weekend. We got a Pizza Heart. Believe in the heart of the pizza. What would a Pizza Heart taste like? Probably good, I assume. Phew, well done. That was close. Not that I couldn't handle him for myself. But that's beside the point. What in the world is a lone child doing so deep in the woods? Oh, I see. Pizza Heart would taste lovely. The Picori, you say? And Vati? Vati's cursed someone? What? The Sacred Blade? Is that so? I see, I see. You know, you and I have quite a lot in common. You see, I too am on a quest to break the curse of Vati's. And you say that reforging the Sacred Blade can break his curse, eh? Well, then you found yourself a companion, my boy. My name is Eslo. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I believe in the heart of pizza. I got sauce in my veins. Alright, so now I've got a friend called Eslo who sits behind me. There he is. He's gonna yap at me the whole time. Wait, I say! You walk so quickly. Too quickly, in fact. Don't you go any slower? Surely you've noticed that I've got no legs. Oi, take a good look at me. Do you really think I can walk that fast? Ah! If it isn't one thing, it's another. You're a troublesome boy. There he is. That's the guy. There, now you can't possibly leave me behind. My, it's quite comfortable up here. More comfortable than it looks, surely. And much easier on me. Hey, quit your squirming. Can't you sit still? See, there. Yes, that's it. Much better. Now I suppose a boy like you still has much to learn about the world. If you ever need my insight, press select and I'll be happy to help. Ah, such a helpless child. Shut up! Heading out to work soon, but happy to catch a stream for a bit. Seeing you on the Clippy Award, such a fun night. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed yours as well. I haven't been able to catch one of your streams yet, Daphne, but I look forward to it because a lot of the clips I saw of yours had made me laugh quite a bit. Also have the sauce in your veins, the souse. Do you suppose they drew inspiration from the one character in the Labyrinth? There's an old dude with a sassy canonical bird hat in the movie. It's genuinely very possible. Hold on for a moment, my boy. We've stumbled across something important. The world of the Minish is very small. You're far too big to meet them now. Oh, by the way, hope you have a good day at work, Daphne. Thank you for dropping by. Is he talking about naughty stuff? I suppose it's possible. Depends on his age. What is the Minish Cap's age? Eslo. Who are the Minish? Ah, yes. Silly me, allow me to explain. You humans call them Picori, but they refer to themselves as the Minish. Strange how, in the world of humans, only this forest has kept that name. Anyhow, deep in the forest, they built a tiny village, where many now live. But if we're to enter the village, we'll have to make you a touch smaller first. Look at that! At first glance... Glance? It's a combination of glance and glimpse. At first glance, it appears to be a mere stump, yes? No! That stump is a portal used by people long ago to adjust their size. With my help, you can use it to shrink down to Minish size. Just stand on the stump and press R to shrink. To return to normal, stand next to the stump and press R. Get me up there, we'll give it a try. Here we go. Wednesday, Saturday streams are a bit more inconsistent due to IRL, but I appreciate the kind words. Absolutely, man. Why am I so small? Actually, does anybody know what that's in a reference to? Welcome to the world through the eyes of the Minish. Now aren't you glad you saved me? No need to thank me though. Portals that reduce your size are all around in different shapes and sizes. Remember that movie fondly, but totally forgot about that guy. If you want to return to normal, stand next to a portal and press R. But there's one thing you must know. Being Minish size is full of dangers. Mere puddles at your normal size are bottomless swamps to the Minish. And as your companion, if anything bad happens to you, it happens to me too. So proceed with caution, my lad. If not for your sake, then for my own. Look, we're so tiny. Yeah. Good music here. Is one of your favorites? Most of my favorites are High Adventure from Jurassic Park to Terminator. Is today a Jurassic Park anniversary? It might be. Hey, what up, Future? Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a nice weekend. It appears we have found the Minish Village. Ah, they're Smurfs, but they're not blue. Pico Picori. Ripi Ripico Picori. I'm sorry, I don't speak Italian. I gather it's been quite some time since they last saw a human. What's that? You didn't understand what they were saying just now? Ah, yes. That was the language of the Minish. It's a little different from the dialect I am most familiar with. I'm afraid I didn't catch most of what they said myself. But perhaps there's someone here who understands your language. We should look around. We should look around, shouldn't we? Explains why Plex was pushing my Jurassic collection. Oh, okay. So there is something. There's something Jurassic Park related. I think probably an anniversary. Pog! We got another piece of art. Now I've got two pieces. Dope. I've never seen an outfit like that before. Are you a human? Oh my! It's been quite some time since any humans came here. My name is Vestari. I watch the Abbey, as well as the shrine to the north. You seem to be having some trouble with our language, don't you? You could use a jabbernut. It will allow you to understand our tongue. You should be able to find one in the barrel house just south of here. Okay. Thank you, Daphne, for the clip. I appreciate it. There can be only one. I know. Absolutely no. Whoops. The one thing I didn't want to do. Oh, but my reference, nobody got my reference yet. Oh, Bodink. This must be the jabbernut Vasari told you about. Well, you'd better eat it if you plan on making any progress at all. I ate the jabbernut? It looks like I'm holding the jabbernut. You can now understand the language of the Minish. Say it again. It's the title of my stream. It's, Why Am I So Small? It's a very... It's a very niche reference. I'm not sure how many people are going to get it. I know my brother would get it. You ate the Jabbernut cat plush. Cool. Now I can speak Italian. You know? I wish learning a language was that easy. I've spent so much of my life learning a language, and I still barely have a grasp on it. So you've eaten the Jabbernut, and now you can understand us. The Elder said that humans can no longer see us. Once they could. What? It's amazing that you can see us. I misread what he said, I think. No, it's not Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. You've heard of travelers who find a kinstone and get really lucky? Well, that's all thanks to items made by us Minish. You see, we thrive on making humans happy. It gives us energy. But we only do it in secret. So the kinstones. So thanks to you guys, we met our incentive to use all the kinstones in this playthrough. So thanks a lot for that. So that's going to be fun. Exclamation TT if you want to see the list of Triforce Tuesday incentives. Swallow some nut, become a polylinguist. That's my dream, man. That's how I learned Spanish. What's up, Big Nasty? Hope you're doing well, dude. Good to see you. Hola. Hey, nice clothes. I want to wear human clothes too. You know about kinstone pieces? They're all the rage among humans now. There are so many monsters around these woods lately. The Elder said that even the shrine to the north is filled with monsters now. If you want to reforge that sword, you will need the help of an expert smith. Master Malari and his 7 apprentices can help you. Are the 7 apprentices perhaps small? Like Picori? Maybe like dwarves that wear a specific type of hat? What's up, Sabonis? Hope you're doing good, dude. Hope you had a nice weekend. Good to see you. Do we ever know about kinstone pieces? We're gonna use them all. I'm sure the Elder would tell you about him if you asked. Nope. Nope. You probably haven't noticed, but lots of Minish live right in Hyrule Town. We Minish live in Hyrule Town and other places too, not just in these woods. You do? I'm getting set to leave for town and visit some of my Minish friends there. So, you've eaten the Jabbernut, and now you can understand us? Sorry, but I know little about swords. I'm sure the Elder can help you. Okay, I'm sorry. Elder... Are you old? Oh, you speak our language! I'm not doing that. It's been a while since we've heard outsiders speak our tongue. We have little to offer you in these woods, but please enjoy your stay. Thank you for your offer, but we have no time to relax. My name is Eslo. This child is Bodink. We need to break a curse that has been cast on the Princess of Hyrule. To do so, we'll need to reforge the broken Picori blade. Ah, yes. And you've come here now hoping to have that blade reforged? Well, if that's what you're after, you'll need 4 mystic elements. These elements are the crystalline forms of the energies of this world. Only by infusing the blade with these energies can a new blade be forged. Give me a map. I can mark these elements where they could be found or something like that. Oh, I thought that was a donation. was hurting my throat and I wasn't even doing that. That's something that we'll bring back in another game. It's a voice for a specific character. The earth element can be found in the shrine to the north of Festari's Abbey. Speak with Festari, he'll show you the path to the shrine's entrance. Go with caution, evil creatures have lately made their home in our shrine. Return to me at once after you have found the earth element. Alright. You wish to go to the shrine? Very well. This way. That was easy. Wild beasts have settled in recently. Be careful. It is quite dangerous. Alright, let's do it. Deepwood Shrine. Ladies and gentlemen, the first dungeon of the game. So this would be the Deepwood Shrine that the Minish Elder spoke of. He said something about there being monsters inside, didn't he? Hey now, no reason to be afraid or anything. I'll be waiting right here. No, wait, what am I saying? I'm not letting you leave me alone out here. Bring. I'm winning. You got a small key. Use it to open locked doors and blocks. You can use it only in this dungeon. There's a locked door here. See if you can find the key to open it. Bro, were you not with me? A winner is you. Do you see that lever? I like backed out on saying lever, and it came out like laver. Do you see that lever? I think you should be able to pull it. Just stand in front of it and press R to grab it, and do some other stuff. It's Zelda. I know how to play. He's gonna tell me about the mushroom, isn't he? Oh, he's not. Oops. Lever. I never even met her. I guess it would work better if I pronounced it lever, wouldn't it? Looks like it's going to storm. In real life. Not in the game. Relax. Whoa, look at the size of the barrel. Oh, right. How silly of me. It's not big, we're just small. Right, okay. Fixed your barrel. What? Hey, be careful, my lad. The barrel just moved. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Gotta turn some work in. No problem, Phil. Am I unable to... I want to go there. There we go. It's gotta be quick, that's all. Ooh, I got 5 rupees. That's kind of nice. We got a dungeon map. Check it on our map screen. Lighter rooms are ones you visited. Blinking room is your location. Press up or down to check different floors. Fantastic. Map. Map. There we go. Neato. What we need now is something to hold down the switch. Is that right? Is that what we need, buddy? Once you take a hold of something with R, use the D-pad to push or pull. This is extremely important. Yeah. I've played Zelda before, dude. Who do you think I am? We got a small key. Right. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. What's the best way to tackle this? We just do this, and then we push, and then we're good. Very intense music for very simple enemies. We got a small key. Angie. That was a pretty simple mini boss. Dooba 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 dooba. You got the gust jar. Hold button to draw things in and release it to fire them out. Set to A or B to use it. Fantastic. It's a pretty fun item. Pretty unique for the Zelda series up till this point. Got a piece of heart. Now we've got 3. Collect just 1 more for full heart container. All of them? Oh, jeez. I was gonna say, I thought there were more. Thank you for the lurk, Daphne. Good luck at work today. Thank you very much, man. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Take care, bud. You've got 10 mysterious shells. I'm not sure what they're for. I do. Let's just hold on to them for now. I've got another 10. I'm dreading this part of the game. More mysterious shells. More mysterious shells. Now what? Unless we find a way to travel by water, we won't be going much further. I think I've already figured it out, but thanks. Thanks for your input, buddy. Really helps the stream. Need a key. Come on, dude. Turn. Ah, yeah. Brilliant. We did it. Everything move out the way. Like, really had a thing for boats for a few games. I suppose you could say that. Turn. Right. What do you mean? There we go. We got a small key, ladies and gentlemen. We got the compass. Use it to find locations of hidden items. See, there's a hidden item right there. I see it. In there. How? How in the world did you fall through? Wunderbar. Oh, for... Instruments too, yeah, definitely instruments. Instruments are a fairly common thing in the Zelda world. We got the big key, use it to open big doors. Woo! We got a piece of heart. Let's go. We got a new heart container already. We're making good progress. Only 40 more pieces to go, or something like. I think there's 44 in this game. 11 hearts worth. I actually was thinking of a Zelda theme I wanted yesterday, and now I have forgotten it today. Maybe I'll remember. Like a musical theme, you mean? It's no longer a 3-heart adventure, that's true. Maybe if we meet more incentives, I can add doing a 3-heart challenge of one of the games as an incentive. That could be fun. Oh, a new theme for a new game. Gotcha. Right. Alright. This has gone well. This first dungeon has gone well. Of course, I went up the wrong stairs here. Oh, for... Well then. Well, we got 20 rupees. That's what really counts in life, you know, ladies and gentlemen. Money. All right, here we go. Boss time. Oh, it's just a chew. That's all. It's just a little chew out there. Great fairies are not disagreeing. Oh my gosh. It was a big chew because we're small. Get out of the way, Link. Hey, what's up, McMurdo? Nope, not what I want to do. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, man. Hope you had a nice weekend. How did I get that? Where did that come from? Stop. Freak. Oh, I accepted a job offer last week and start next week. Congratulations, McMurdo. That's awesome. GG's, bud. I hope it is a great fit and you enjoy it. Can you move? Oh my... Link, relax. We defeated the Chew. Thing looks derpy. Also, I made that ginger turmeric drink and it was great. Awesome. I've got it here right now. I'm glad you liked it, man. Hog! We did it! Zenith was playing this yesterday too. You two are on the same page. Gotta check them out. You got the Earth element. The power of the Earth is in the source of all living things. The Earth element is the embodiment of that power. Fantastic. Ah, we even get a little heart container. Now we're up to 5 hearts already. Let's go. And we got everything that we need. I'm going to take a very short bathroom break. And we'll be right back to continue. Okay, let's continue here. I left you guys without any music or anything. Gecko, thank you so much for the 100.
Where streamer? Wow. 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 Is this one of those secret chair streams I've been hearing so much about?
Thank you very much, Gecko, for the 100. Just a bit late. That is going towards our Majora's Mask rando. Ah, we've got the Earth element. We must go tell the Elder at once. Don't tell me what to do. If I go exploring. I'm dead. No supervision, we went crazy. I can't go exploring anywhere. This is no fun. You're not the Elder. You're the Elder. So, you found the Earth element. Oh wait, no, it's not the voice I gave. You are blessed with much courage and strength for one so young. If your conviction holds strong, head to Mount Krenel. There you will find a man named Malari. Among all the Minish, there is no one more able to repair your sword. If you ask him, I am certain he will reforge your broken Picori blade. I shall send word to him in advance. Travel safely. You are brave, but there are many evils now in the world. Where are you going? Leave through this door here. It will take you out of the forest quickly. Great, Elder. We are in your debt. We shall head for Mount Krenel at once. What if we don't, though? What if we don't head to Mount Krenel at once? Krenel? Krenel? Cranial? Hello. Green clothes and a mystical hat? Sir, would you by chance be Bodink, the one who found the Earth element? Surely you are. I have heard so many tales about you. I am Balari, researcher of antiquities. I am also, well, a bit of an inventor. You know, you won't be able to get back to town due to all the debris. Here, I have something that might come in handy. I got a bomb bag. It has bombs in it. Now I can blow up things with bombs. Let's go. Just made Shadow scream like he saw a dead body. Oh my. Why did you do that? I'm a big boy again. Holder of the sacred powers, we grant you the power of wind. Oh my gosh. Whoa, it blew up. Hey kid, look at where that stone marker used to be. There's some strange symbol on the ground. Yes, of course. Why, this must be... Well, I haven't the foggiest, to be honest. I know what it is. I'm a smart boy. Oh, I don't need... Phil, thank you so much for the water break. I appreciate it. Would recommend hydrating yourselves as well. Shadow is Future's partner. Oh gosh, sorry for the bonk. Okay. I'm getting 2 billion hearts. All I did was walk into the kitchen to get my waffles. We thought he could go to the kitchen and back to the bedrooms naked before I left my desk, but he was wrong from the corner and he screamed. Lovely. Oh, it's just the screen name that he goes by on Twitch. And or his real life nickname. A metaphysical store? What is a metaphysical store? "20 mysterious shells." Yeah, that's why I'm confused on what exactly a metaphysical store might be. Oh, Crystal's books on magic, incense. I got you. I got you. Yeah, it makes sense now. Explode another one of those. That stove marker crumbled, and there's another one of those symbols. You know, no matter how many times I see that happen, it still rattles me. Yeah, well, get used to it, buddy. That's all I can tell you. No. Free shell. Tesla actually believed in the power of crystals, oddly. I think he said that quartz is possibly the fastest frequency on Earth, so I don't discount it out of hand. So they call those hippie shops. Bought my tarot cards from one. Dragon deck, really cool art. I have a dragon deck of cards, just playing cards. I think, is this it? Yeah. Literally even says dragon back.
Come one, come all. See how many kinstone pieces you can collect.
Why did I agree to do this?
You never know what fusing kinstones will do, but it's sure to be good. Come on up and get your free kinstone bag for holding your kinstone pieces. Don't miss out on this incredible once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes, yes. You're here for your free kinstone bag, aren't you? That's right. Maybe you didn't hear me, but they're free for all kids right now.
Cool, I got a kinstone bag. I can now carry kinstone pieces with me. Heart.
Fitting two kinstone pieces together is called a kinstone fusion. If you get two pieces to fit perfectly, great happiness will come your way. I'll put a kinstone piece in your kinstone bag so you can give it a try. Anyone who's ready and willing to fuse kinstones will look like I do right now. When you see that look in their eyes, that's when you press L. Use the D-pad to choose a kinstone piece and something else. Did you catch all of that? Good enough. Stand in front of me and press L so we can fuse kinstones. Yes, yes, that's it. Press L when you can see the kinstone screen. Okay. Bang. The two kinstone pieces fit perfectly. Maybe something good will happen. Why did I agree to this? Why? We opened up a little passageway. A perfect fit. That means we're both due for a little happiness. See ya. Look at the little kitty. Meow, meow, meow. Did you know our standard playing cards are based off the tarot? There are 4 suits, just like the 4 major arcana. I think I read something about that before when I was doing research. Wands, coins, hearts, and swords. Yeah, I think I've read this, Phil. This rings a bell. All right, well let's go see what we opened up, because there's probably something really fun and cool in there, right? Like a heart piece. Yay.
Terra also has kings, queens, knights, etc. Yeah, I did some artwork for Health myself based on Tarot and Arcana, stuff that I don't really know anything about, but I had to do research for it so I could make some artwork for it, and I did learn quite a bit, so I'm a lot more familiar with it now than I ever was before. Oh yeah, there's like the major and the minor. Forgot about that too. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp. Hello. I am Swiftblade, finest swordsman in all of Hyrule. If you train with me, I guarantee that you will increase your skill dramatically. So, would you like to train here? Please. We shall start with the most basic of all techniques. I shall teach you the spin attack. First, press and hold your sword button. Second, build up enough power. Third, release your destructive might. That's all, young swordsman, do you understand? Very good, you are a very quick student. But one must feel the technique, not just hear about it. That's why I will now possess your body, so as to demonstrate the technique. I call this the Swiftblade possession technique of training. Watch this. Ah, position. I'm... Oh my god. Now you must try it for yourself. Press and hold the sword button, build up enough power, then release your destructive might. That's all there is to it. Yay. Yes, fine work. You're a quick study, and I will now give you this Tire Scroll. If you ever forget this technique, you can review it in the scroll. You may view it any time from this quest status screen. I learned the spin attack. Fighting technique. This is the first sword technique you've learned from Master Swiftblade. I know a ton of random stuff, science and otherwise. Don't mind me when my Gemini Did You Know pops up. I love random trivia. There are no more techniques I can teach you with your current sword. Come again when you have a new sword in hand. Teach me, jerk. You have to learn the spin attack? Yes, that is correct. And I've been trying to use it since we began because, like, when I was fighting the Choo Choo boss and a couple of the other enemies, I was instinctually trying to use the spin attack. I forgot that you had to be taught the spin attack in this game. Pretty lame. I want a wallet. 80 rupees. I need 6 more rupees. My rupee luck has been pretty garbage. 5 more. God, I am so dreading so many parts of this game. 4 more, 3 more. Any rupees? Every child who's had a bully knows the spin attack. Come on. Why is my rupee luck so poor? Doesn't bode well for the rest of our playthrough. My lord, please, just 3 rupees. Down here. Does the game want to be nice to me and give me rupees? That'd be cool. You want it? It's yours, my friend. Oh my goodness me. Come on. I think I've gotten more shells than I have rupees. Two more. Stop giving me shells right now. I'll need shells later. One more. Pog, you were here. Move. Alright. Only 80 rupees for a wallet. Can hold a king's ransom in rupees. Yay, I got the big wallet. Now I can carry more rupees, which I won't get. Much obliged, my good lad. Please do not hesitate to stop by again. I will, thank you, though. Cool. Destroy. Hey, that stone marker crumbled, and there's another symbol. You don't have to tell me every time. Quite alright. Would you like to have this dance? Sorry, but I can't let you pass. There are monsters out there. What? Oh, you've learned the spin attack. Still dangerous, but maybe you can handle it. Well, let's see how you do. Show me that spin attack. Yeah, that's the one. But there are monsters out there, kid. Just make sure you're careful. Yeah, thanks for worrying about me, I guess. Now I get 5 rupees immediately. We can't do much here. Now I'm getting all the rupees. Or can we? Aha. Okay, you got me. Let me make it up to you. You can have this most deluxe of all bottles for only 20 rupees. Yes, but I don't have 20 rupees. Come back later. Aw, man. Anybody got 20 rupees on them? Now I need to find more rupees. Boy. Rupee luck is not on my side today. I found a kinstone piece. These mystic stones are said to bring happiness. Man, that charges up slowly. What is this rupee luck, man? Give me drops. Here we go, there's a couple. There we go, now we're talking. Alright, one more. Yay! Yes, I want the bottle, thank you. I got an empty bottle, use it to store all sorts of things. Imagine getting an empty bottle in real life. Gee, thanks. Yeah, kind of a lackluster prize. Octoroks are especially aggressive in Breath of the Wild. I often get hit out of freaking nowhere. Yep. Yeah, they're super rough. I can agree with that for sure. I could have just come over here. Oh my gosh. Well, lesson learned. Oh, I didn't mean to lay a bomb. Ah, but I got bombs. It all worked out in the end. Okay, you got me. I'll make it up to you by telling you something good. A friend of mine in a cave just east of here and truly hide it. I just got that, man. Thank you. But, I already discovered that. Glass is super rare here. You put water in your bottle, sprinkle it on different things. Dangerous, no climbing. Is Zelda supposed to be a post-technology world? I've wondered this a little bit. I mean, I guess it depends on the Zelda game, right? I haven't played very many. I always thought of most Zelda games as like pre-technology. And then with Breath of the Wild, there's obviously a lot of technological advances. I guess that fits the narrative for the timeline as well. Maybe Glass is just a lost art, perhaps. Once you pulled off their iron masks, those guys are no trouble whatsoever. I'm just too lazy to do that, though. Of course, how silly of me. Hey, my boy, jump into that whirlwind over there for me. I wonder, is this a great idea or a terrible one? Whee! Seemed like a pretty good idea. Some dangerous dust. Okay, go in here. Oh, hi there. Make it up to you by selling your bombs? No thanks. Get a kinstone piece. Ooh, 50 rupees. A piece of heart. Let's go. Oh, are the enemies hurt by a thrown pot? Certain ones. The ones that I was throwing pots around were not able to be injured by that. At least not from where I was standing, maybe from the backside. We're little. So this perfectly normal looking stone was another portal to the Minish world. Or maybe other rock portals. Keep your eyes peeled, boy. Sounds good to me. Can I have your treasure chest? Thanks, I got a kinstone piece. Water is life for Krenel beans. The blue beans grow when you pour water on them, but the green beans, like the Mount Krenel mineral water. Mount Krenel mineral water. That's harder to say than it should be. Can be found only in a spring here on Mount Krenel. Well, really, the spring is closer to the base of Mount Krenel. Great. Thanks, guy. Ouch. What's up, Storm? Pretty small. Pretty small. Ouch. Ooh, we got a good blue kinstone piece. Thinking about life. Oh, a little too fast. Before there was any plants on Earth, there wasn't any oxygen in the atmosphere. It's all tied up into CO2. Oh, well, that's one way to put it in there. Okay. Yo, what's up, Boo? How's it going, guys? I need the mineral watcher. Does this count? I don't know if this counts. Let's find out. It just says water. And it's gone. I don't think this is correct. Okay. So I am at the base. I need... There were crumbling walls, blasting strictly prohibited. Free oxygen is one of the most corrosive, destructive, and toxic substances. As soon as photosynthesis first evolved in the ocean atmosphere, started filling up with O2, 99% of everything currently alive instantly went extinct. I think this is what I need. This is what I need. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's what I needed. Let's not accidentally pour that out. I'm glad the O2 levels are too low for giant bugs. Alright. We made our adventure. Please work. There we go. Yo, what up, Misa? See you, man. Hope you're doing well. You had a good weekend. Thank you for the good luck. Appreciate it. Oh boy, what time is it? 7:30. This is genuinely not one of my favorite Zelda titles, Misa. I might get some hate backlash for that, but can you relax? Stop. Relax. Especially doing 100% Misa, I'm kind of dreading this. This is the first Zelda game in the series that I've kind of had this existential dread towards playing. Yeah. Yeah, the figurines, the kinstones. I'm in danger. It's gonna stink. Not worth it. Hey man, that's Triforce Tuesday. I gotta do what I gotta do. Yay, Kinstone piece. Perhaps only needed one bomb there. Nay? Nay? Go away. Oh, I don't want to place bombs. Leave me alone. Jeez, give me a few more bombs. Minish Cap, what's up, Nico? Hope you're doing well. Ah. Go away. Go away. I haven't played this game since the first time I played this game. Really? You've only played this once, Nico? You got me, Lick. Let me make it up to you. This fabulous grip ring is just perfect for a young mountaineer like yourself. It's only 40 rupees. Yeah, I'll take it. I got the grip ring. Now I can easily climb cliffs that I could not scale before. Oh, thanks a lot. And then I realized that's true for every Zelda that stars Toon Link. Really? So... Minish Cap... I guess that's Toon... is he Toon Link? I guess he is. Minish Cap, Wind Waker, Phantom Hourglass, and Spirit Tracks you've only ever played one time? Yeah. Cool. Shortcut to the Miatum. I think this is the only Zelda I 100%ed.
Why? Why would you do that to yourself? Why am I doing it to myself? Why would this be the only Zelda game that you choose to 100%? It's such a bad idea. I don't recommend it.
Kinstones are fun. It's the Kinstones and it's the figurines as well. I'm having a blast. There's always like one thing that is so freaking hard to find and do, and it's just tedious. I found out with this one, my first Zelda. Oh, this is your first Zelda ever? Never mind. I do want to play this again. It is not my favorite. This is... I was explaining this morning that the Zelda series is front-loaded with all my favorite games. And now we've reached about the halfway mark of Zelda games in the main, the main series. And I'm only really excited to play 25% of the upcoming games. And this is not one of them. I'm impressed with the music in this handheld game. The music's good, yeah. They reused a lot of assets from Ocarina, audio assets from Ocarina. Interesting. Or Majora. I find it so hard to stream and play games. I tried streaming the other day and played SM64. I was just mauling the whole time. I couldn't imagine trying to do this game. Hello. I'm the Chronal Hermit. I left the world to pursue a life of quiet reflection. You seem to be but a child, and yet you climb this forbidding mountain alone? Must reward your courage with a little information. Have you not seen the strange patterned walls as you climb the mountain? Bombs! Bombs are the answer. You wanna fuse Kinstones? What do you have? Oh good, I don't have that. Thanks. Fantastic. Good talking to you, buddy. It was a cool thing to do at the time. Oh, yes. Like reusing the audio assets like Link's voice and stuff, I know. Because there's like 4 swords where Link just shouting the whole time. Oh gosh, I'm that low on health? I didn't even realize. Please leave me alone. In like the Mario Advance games and everything. No, what do you mean? I'm gonna get hurt. Hello? Welcome to the Adventurer's Spring. Surely that's her voice, right? That's what she sounds like. Did you throw the golden bomb into the spring or the silver bomb?
I'm an honest boy, and I threw neither.
You are honest, boy. I must reward such an honest adventurer with some of my power. You got a big bomb bag. Now you can carry more bombs. Alright, thanks, bye. A light shine on your quest. Or else. I like how fast I can climb. Like vertically, but... I mean horizontally, but vertically is super slow. There. I fixed my health. I got a piece of heart! And I got a fairy.
Ah.
Leave me alone. Ooh. Rainy. These raindrops are like boulders of water to us, kid. Watch out. If one of them hits us, it'll sting something fierce. Oh no, one of them hit us. It stung something fierce. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Gaming. Gaming. Block puzzles, everybody. Stop. Relax. Stop. What are you doing? Good lord. Rude. What do we got here? There we go. It'd be nice if these moved a little bit faster. Pinstone piece. Just what I needed. Malari's Mines. Ding along, tong along, dig along for iron. Iron? Dig down, dig around, dig the ground for iron. Oh, you're about to explode. This mine belongs to Malari and us, his 7 apprentices. Did you ting along, tong along all this way? All this long way to get your sword repaired? The boss is down on the lowest level. Hello, sir. Green clothes and and an odd hat, sir. Might you be young Bodink? I am Malari, Master Smith. I hear you want me to reforge the sacred sword and break a curse. I'll be needing the old sword, which holds the power of the elements, first. Show me that broken Picori blade. I love all this adventure, what with the rescuing of princesses and such. I'd be happy to reforge this thing into a brand new sacred blade for you. It'll take me a while to rework your sword. In the meantime, you should track down the missing elements. One of them should be in the mine the humans dug. It's not far from here. Alright, let's get started. Yeah, you do that. It'll be a while, Bedink. Let's leave him to it and find that element. What? You're going to the mine? If you talk to the boss, I won't stop you, but be careful. Yeah, I know, you say this every time. Eve of Flames! Wow, it's hot in here. Come on, let's not stand around wasting time. Find that element so we can get out of here. Alright, this is the second dungeon. Please allow me to take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll take on the second dungeon of the game here. Alright, let's take on dungeon number 2. Eve of Flames. Great. Your sword won't make a dent in their thorny armor. Flip them over before you strike. Yeah, that's what I did. I've played Zelda before. I'm familiar. Ah. We got the compass. Hey, get out of here. This must be what the humans who built this mine used to get around in here. Maybe we should hop in. What? After all this, you don't expect me to believe that you're scared? There's nothing to be afraid of here. Come on, let's go. Well, alright. Jeez. I don't remember it being that fast. So we jump a jellyfish. That was awful. Hey kid, what are you smiling about? I knew it was madness to risk our lives in that rickety human contraption. From now on, let's just stick to our feet. Well, I mean, your feet. Whoa. How interesting. So there was a portal hidden away in here, Whenever you want me to shrink you down, just hop on there and press R. Will do. Oh goodness, I've been waiting for you, Shawing. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Hope you had a nice weekend. Good to see you. How's Minish Cap going? So far, so good. Oh gosh, we haven't gotten to the rough parts yet, I guess. How are you doing, man? Doing well. We'll try to. Oh yeah, I meant to ask you how that was going. We'll try to finish A Link to the Past in a bit. We'll see what I do for streaming. How are you enjoying it? How's the adventure going so far? I saw that you started it, but I haven't really been able to watch. Oh my! It looks really, really hot in that lava. Trust me, following that would be a bad idea. I'm sure you agree. Yay! We got a Kinstone piece. Oh, what? There we go. Man. ₹50. It's been fun to revisit. Saturday did quite a lengthy stream, but wasted an hour because I had a sudden commitment to take early in the stream, so I didn't want to stop the stream. I got up to finishing the 3rd Dark World dungeon. Nice. Yeah, what's up, Panny? Good to see you, bud. Hope you're doing well today. I recently bought an ROG Ally. What is that? Hope you had a good weekend there, Panny. Oh, it's a Steam Deck, but better. I kind of barely know what a Steam Deck is, honestly. Weekend was tiring. Looks like a Switch, but it's a PC. Okay. Oh, I'm doing 100% playthrough. I never got 100% because I always missed a heart container. And I didn't know about the arrow bomb capacity upgrades until a year or two ago. It's not 100% necessary to use bomb arrows. You can 100% without using bomb arrows. I've been emulating Switch games. Really? And it's the best way to play Switch games 60 FPS and a 4K. Huh. What was it called? A ROG Ally. That's interesting. Go through. Why doesn't it? Probably that's why I didn't know about them until I saw Tech Gamer doing so. Well, that means you didn't watch my playthrough, Sean. Alright. By the time I saw you, I already knew. Okie. Oh, right, okay. Ah, I got a piece of heart. I completed a new heart container. Let's go. I've been dieting for the past week and a half. I've lost lots of weight since then. What is your diet, Auntie? Just clean foods. That's good. I need to. I should be more conscious of what I eat. No processed ingredients, no added sugar. That is very good. I've been eating like crap recently. Can you all relax for a moment? The spin attack is so slow in this game. So annoying. Famicom Zelda 2 bottle. Bottle? The bottle theme, you know, when you get a bottle. Since I started 11 pounds down, kind of crazy. Nice. I don't even count calories. Counting calories can be pretty detrimental. I don't recommend that for people to lose weight. It can be dangerous. It can be a dangerous mental game. But that's good, Panny. I'm proud of you, dude. I wish I had more willpower. I've been eating like such crap recently. Oh, I didn't even read. Oh, so we got the cane of picky. Oh, I'm reading it right there. Losing my mind, ladies and gentlemen. We got the cane of Packy, and that flips things over. I forgot to read it when we opened it up out of the chest. Why don't you take that cane of Packy and fired it at that hole? I mean, you never know what'll happen until you try, right?
Okay.
I did it. Kind of a necessity since my injury, I gained some weight. I think I've put on a few pounds myself. Baby number 2 is coming, so I need to be a little healthier. Congrats, man. I don't think, maybe I knew that, but perhaps I forgot. Babies are fun. At this rate, I don't know if I'm ever going to have a child. I've always wanted to. Always wanted to have a family, but the way my life is going, it's just a downward spiral into nothingness. Lots of chests. May have mentioned it a few weeks ago. Is it that recent, Panny? If so, then I feel like I definitely didn't know that. If it happens, it happens. If not, I'll be working on being happy regardless. That's a good outlook. I don't quite have that outlook. I feel like I'm getting older and just not accomplishing anything in life, which is not a great feeling. Everything will arrive in due time. Let's hope. Gosh, the minecarts. I wish the minecarts moved that fast in like every Zelda. Oh, I see, okay. Can we get you out of this hole? Can I get you out of there, or...? I guess I could just do that, eh? Oh, maybe not. Oh, right, I see. I need to get you out of there somehow. Tinder worked well for you? Where you met your wife? Nice. Alright, I suppose I can leave and come back? First try. Got pulled away for toddler playdate. Hope it went well. Hope you didn't miss anything exciting. We are in the second dungeon currently. So, whether or not that excites you, I don't know. Yay, we got a kinstone piece. Yay, we get a kinstone piece. Oh, the game's totally fresh to you, so super exciting. It's a game. It is a game that I'm playing. Yeah, that doesn't make Shawing happy. What do you mean? Relax. Stop. Why was that so violent? Ah. Oh no. Oh, relax. Alright. I haven't played this game for quite a few years. Longer than A Link to the Past now that I think about it. Well, maybe maybe you wouldn't like it either. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that doing 100% on this game is insanely tedious. Come on. Sigh. I really have the patience for hundos in general. I don't see myself doing hundo for this. I wouldn't recommend it. I can't say that I recommend it. Kinstone. Can barely go through hundos of Super Metroid and A Link to the Past. But because I do love those games a lot. Try that again. There we go. Yeah, welcome back, November. Checking back in over a crab storm of a day. I'm sorry to hear that. We're doing alright. We're in the second dungeon right now. Woo, we got 100 rupees. Bodinkin. We are classic Bodinkin here. $100 dues. I want to go there. Yes, I do. Hinstone piece. No, let me in the whirlwind. I knew had him burn the one, yeah. Hog! We got the big key. Alright, I'm missing one chest. I don't... We'll see. Where's the chest I'm missing? What? Relax. Basement 1. Let's see. How did I miss a chest? Okay. Get on my way. Odink screaming like I do on any roller coaster. I love roller coasters. This is confusing. Go, Bodink, go. Oh, gosh. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Is that the dungeon map? How in the world did I not get this? Unbelievable. Great job, Meech. There's a portion of the population that doesn't get the dopamine release. from roller coasters that others do, and you're one of them. I mean, is it that you don't get the dopamine release, or is it that it's not a fun experience? Because I feel like those are different things. Because if you're screaming on the roller coaster, I feel like that's still I don't know. Uncomfortable. I mean, they're supposed to be uncomfortable. Alright, is there... Get in there. Is there a quick way to get out of here? Where's my portal? Oh, for... Get out of my way. Not enjoying it, I couldn't say how it's supposed to feel. I just want off. Fair enough. Ooh. Move, move, move. Maybe the same way people hate spicy, it's uncomfortable that enjoy spicy, while others are like, no thanks. Fair. Fair enough. Alright, now that I've backtracked to get the freaking dungeon map, of all things. I'm the type of person that stays at the theme park until closing, so I can ride my favorite thrill ride over and over until they kick me out. I love roller coasters and rides. I'm a big fan. Alright. You guys ready? Here we go. Ah! All right. Good start. Oh gosh, this is gonna be one of those where I just keep making the mistakes. What? Ow. Oh, is he invincible? Never seen this game played through, now that I think about it. But had a couple people say that. Tower of Terror at Disney is your favorite spooky vibes and the feeling of my spirit being ejected from my body. What? Got him. GG. Two dungeons down. You got the fire element. Flames bring light to darkness and warmth to all. The fire element is the embodiment of that power. Yay, we get a heart container. Let's warp out of here. Oh, that was hot. It was so hot, I thought my fibers would catch fire. Ah, but it's over now. I suppose we should go back to speak to Malari. Alright, that is going to be where I take a break. And when we get back, we'll continue with more Minish Cap, of course. Alright. Back with the cap. Alright, 2 dungeons down. That's some pretty decent progress here. Am I excited for ESA? The lineup looks pretty awesome. I actually don't know what the lineup is for ESA, but I will watch. You know, I know I've got a few friends, and especially I'm excited for Natalie. You know, Cool Kid's gonna be doing some stuff. I know Endy's supposed to be doing some stuff. Cool races, lots of cool retro content, good retro content. Yeah, I'll have to look up like the actual structure and everything, and see what sticks out to me. I lurk on ESA when there's nothing else on. I would love to go to ESA someday. Oh yeah, the Batman race. Oh, how's Contra been? I was lurking a bit last night, Wookie. But I still, there's definitely like certain games where I just don't truly understand. So I kind of stay quiet in those situations. But I do like to lurk. My base split is so rough to run against. Yeah, man, of course. I'm there. I have a ton going on, and I'm not too on Twitch these days if I'm not streaming, but I do try to lurk and see what people are up to, but like I said, Contra's not really one of those games where I feel like I have a lot to contribute, so it's just kind of like, I just watch for the fun of it and enjoy the runs. All right, here we go. Wow, that was fast work, but not so fast that I didn't finish your sword. Here, take a look. I call this new blade the White Sword. It's a fun game, but you'll be moving on soon. Do you know what you want to do next? Do you have a run in mind, or are you going? Oh well, I saw that you met your goal for SMB3. Are you gonna be grinding that now? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's what you're on to. In August. Okay. Yeah, 59, I'm out. I don't blame you, man. I do not blame you. You got the white sword. This beautiful white blade sparkles with light. You can put away your grandfather's sword now. Once you infuse it with the power of the elements, it will become a sacred blade. The Force Elder no doubt told you this part, kid, but If you want to infuse the sword, you must go to the Elemental Sanctuary. The Sanctuary is a strange realm trapped between two worlds. A link between worlds? Foreshadowing. It is the bridge between the Minish world and the human world. The doorway to the Sanctuary opens only once every 100 years. You'll find that door hidden within Hyrule Castle. Once the blade has been filled with the power of the 4 elements, you should be able to break the curse on your princess. I know you can do it, after all. You made short work of that human mind. What? Human mind? The mind that humans... Is that what he means? Surely he doesn't mean mining humans. Let me tell you about a shortcut you can use to get down from the mountain. You'll find it right in front of the entrance of the mine you just explored. Just follow that and you'll be down in no time. Good luck! Ugh. Alright, so we got the white sword, which, for anybody who doesn't know, there is no master sword in this game. Does anybody want to... No. Anybody want to fuse stones with me? No. 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 Okay. I want that rupee. We're gonna do something cool with our rupees. Ooh. Relax. God, those enemies are so annoying. Does the Pocket do GBA? Yes, it does. I was actually going to play this on the Pocket, but I decided to use the Switch for a couple reasons. A, because I don't have a save file on the Switch yet for Minish Cap, so I thought that would be cool to have a completed game. And B, it'll just make it easier on me for switching devices since I'm currently playing the Switch for Casual Fridays. It'll just make it so I don't have to actually switch between anything. Did you hear about the story that a kidnapped girl was found and rescued because her captor let her bring her Switch with her? I did not hear that. Really? They were able to track the Switch somehow? How does that work? Nintendo saves another life? No, I had not heard that. Her friend saw her come online and knew she was missing and alerted the cops. IP address located. Wow. That's amazing. That's really amazing. That's good news. Where do I want to go right now? Not there. Here we go. Alright, well, I'm kind of where I need to be. Law enforcement could have gotten a warrant. Nintendo Network found the device by MAC, found the public IP, and warned the ISP of who owned it. Poor girl's gonna have so much trauma, but at least she's safe for sure, man. Hey, man. That's a good ending, because it could definitely be worse. The drama is going to be obviously horrible, but it could have been a lot darker. But the kidnappers and rots in prison, absolutely. I can't stand this world, it's so ridiculous. Did this happen in the US, Wookie? Oh, I don't need the rupees anymore. I have eaten. What did you eat? It was the US where? There we go, now we got the bridge complete. Oh, in Maryland, really? Oh, wow, took it to Arizona. Holy. Oh wow, groomed her online. That's disgusting. Ah, this world's so messed up. Hog. Anyway, video games. I had a peanut pate with minced legumes whisked together, then a grape reduction with a sugar into a sauce, both spread on a big and sliced roll and put together. Excellent. I hope you enjoyed your PB&J. So ridiculous. It was good. Are you sure I look alright? I never know what to wear to formal occasions. Shut your hat. Godink, look! See how that doorway glows? Could that be the door that leads to the sanctuary? Nobody in the castle seems able to see it but you and me. Let's go, quickly. Oh, you mean that glow? The elemental sanctuary. Excuse me. Speak when you're spoken to, Chicken Cap. So this is the elemental sanctuary then. This is where we can infuse your blade with the power of the elements. Yes, there seems to be a pedestal for your sword right in the middle there. There she is. I did it. The elements! Hog! The powers of earth and fire elements have infused your blade. Why does it feel like my hair is white? Let's see if I can't read that tablet for you. Fill your sword with power and walk over the glowing tile. Perhaps it refers to those flashing spots on the floor around you. Well, what are you waiting for? Try it out, Bodink. Whoa, you just split into two! So this is the power of the white sword. I guess you can double yourself like that anytime you see those panels. Yeah, I guess I can. The inscription, it says... Yeah. Cool, man.
Interesting. You're the last person I expected to find here. And just as I was wondering who could be behind this, I find my old master.
Yo, what's up, Ichi? Hope you're doing well, dude. Good to see you. You had a good weekend. Vati!
And as always, you are dressed in the shabbiest of rags. My curses are not to be mocked. The one I cast on you is the most powerful. No matter what power you wield, you will never break it.
You haven't changed in the slightest. I should never have created that cap. It only fueled your insane desires.
Fool, a hat that grants the wishes of its wearer is a spectacular creation. Thanks to you, I have gone from being a meek, minuscule nothing to the greatest sorcerer alive. You cannot stop me now, and I have to thank you for it. Accept this small gesture of gratitude from me.
Wait, Vati, wait! Oh no. Moblins. This is gratitude? Your version of gratitude? Doing okay, just finished up a Taiko session. Nice. How did it go? I'm hanging in there, Ichi, thank you. That foul Vati! What could he be scheming now? But Ink, I feel I owe you an explanation of what has happened. You see, Vati and I are both Minish. I was once a famous sage and a renowned Minish craftsman. Vati was only a boy when I took him on as my apprentice, but he became enchanted by the wickedness in the hearts of men. One day, Vati took a hat I made for the humans, my pride and joy. It granted the wishes of its wearer. He put it on without permission. Very short session. Vati, what are you doing there? Oh, what a vile form you've taken.
Vile, I am a sorcerer now, and my power is beyond compare. No longer will I tire away as your apprentice. Now all shall call me master.
Why, Vati? What are you plotting?
This year, on the day that comes but once a century, the portal opens. And when it does, I shall claim the light force as my own. I will be transformed, perfect, and there will be none who can stop me.
Ah! The end. Oh my god, I'm a hat!
Ha 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 ha! Tell me, how does it feel, my sorcerer's curse? Do you see, Ezelo? I am truly your master now, and you cannot stop me. And with that, I must be leaving.
GG. You know the legends, of course, the gifts the Picori gave the humans. What you call the Picori Blade was the first of those gifts. The second, well, you call it Light Force. But it is a source of limitless magical power. If Vati were to get it now, it would be devastating. I came to the world of men hoping to stop Vati, and I met you in the woods. But it seems we won't be breaking the curse on me anytime soon. However, with the Sacred Blade, we can certainly restore Princess Zelda. I'm sorry. All that has happened has been due to my own pride, my folly. I must rely on you, on your power, until we've put an end to Vati. Okay. Okay, I believe you. Well, but Ink, enough fairy tales. We must search for the next element. I shall imprison you in a hell fit for your new form. A lid's located in a dying mall in Minnesota. Prepare to be casually tried on but never bought for the rest of your days. Yeah, the voice, yeah, that's supposed to be Herbert. I think that's his name for Family Guy. Is it Herbert? I'm second guessing myself now. Herbert the pervert. We have a lids at our local mall. We've got a couple. I wonder how it still exists.
Ah. I don't need rupees right now. Wonder how it still exists, man. How does Lids stay in business? Never heard of Lids until I saw it featured on an episode of Impractical Jokers. I haven't watched Impractical Jokers in a long time. Get your big ass back here. Got a whole freezer full of popsicles. I haven't watched them since Joe left. Saw them live a few years ago. It was a blast. I would have liked to see them live back then too. And yeah, I actually stopped watching before, a little bit before Joe left. But it's been a while. Yeah, same here, October. I don't need rupees right now. Oh, good, I got a kinstone piece. Any recovery hearts? God, the freaking spin attack is so slow to charge. Hey, kinstone piece. And some recovery hearts. There we go, now we're talking. Your brother lost his job after 25 years, holy. I'm sorry to hear that. What did he do? Not like, what did he do to lose his job? What was his career? What was he doing for work? That's really sad to hear. What the hell did he do? What kind of idiot loses their job after 25? It came off just like in such the wrong way. What did he do? The Western Wood. Ah, what a strange feeling. I sensed something from the castle's direction. Or was it just me? I'm thirsty. Who's there? What? Vati, how did you get in here? Did you really? You couldn't walk? You had to teleport up to him? Ah, what are you doing? What happened? Oh my gosh. What happened? God, I keep forgetting the voice I gave this guy. Gosh, I really can't remember. It looks like you're all here. Very well. The King of Hyrule has words for you. Is this the king talking now? I don't know who's meant to be talking. You all know of the power the Picori gave to mankind, do you not? The golden light force of limitless magical power. Oh, I see. Okay, yes. I want it. It is somewhere here in Hyrule. Go now, and bring me this power. Waste no time. Go forth at once, and bring me the Light Force. Fling anyone who refuses into the dungeon. Him and his family, too. I will tolerate no disobedience. Now, search high and low throughout the lands of Hyrule. He was a manager of a retail store that are part of the classic Big Lots source chains that you find in most towns. Oh, wow. Well, that's a shame. I hope he's able to find something without being out of work for too long. I wish him the best. Maybe it's just the wind, but I hope nothing bad has happened. Anyway, we need to look for the next element. The map says it should be around here somewhere. Dude has had 3 jobs his whole life, and this was his 3rd. Retail isn't a sustainable career. Unfortunately not. I mean, there's a lot of careers that are... you never truly know. You know what I mean? Like, you think you have job security, and then all of a sudden... it's not the case. Caster Wild's danger, don't forget your Pegasus boots. My Pegasus, what? Oh, brilliant. He got paid too much, so they saw it cheaper to remove him, and probably a few others who hit it too high pay without going corporate job, and then removed him to save money. Most real retail locations I call Amazon showrooms, yeah. Yep. That's how it is. So this must be Caster Wilds. It's a nasty, dank place filled with swampland and mire. But we know there's an element waiting for us somewhere in here, so... in we go! Come on, Budink! Into the muck with us! With us, or... oh no... I don't think we can walk fast enough to cross the swamp. We're going to have to find some way to get across safely. Plot out of a Superstore episode? I've not seen that. Superstore was a workplace comedy on NBC. It was my go-to after The Office and Parks and Rec ended. Interesting. Maybe I'll have to try it out. Weird thing is that our post-school life expectations were switched. Can you relax? Well, I've only got one of these, so hopefully it works. The 2 cane stones fit perfectly. Maybe something good will happen. Maybe. Maybe. I have my master's in he quit college and went right into working. Ooh, a golden rope. They fit perfectly. I wonder what's going to happen. You want to fuse kinstones, don't you? Well, okay, let's give it a try. Oh no, that's the same shape that I just fused. Please, Mr. Postman.
Must deliver the mail. Hey, that's a kinstone piece. The 2 kinstones fit perfectly. Wish he had something to fall back on. Hopefully he'll find something. Wish him the best. Really wish I could do more to help people. Wait, I've got it. I'll ask Swiftblade to start up a newsletter for adventurers. That'll be a great way to provide a useful service for everyone. It's gonna be a lot of work though. I should get Marcy to help me. Could you? Perfect. I can feel the super delivery power coursing through my veins. Now I return to my route refreshed. Excellent. Great job. Yo, what up, Tremaine? Thank you for the raid, buddy. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you had a good stream. How was the old Mega Man Game Boy? Thank you for the good luck. How'd your runs go today? Okay. Oh, way to go, dum-dum. Wake up! Was okay. Had the run again. Wily 1 and 2 denied it. Aw, man. I'm sorry, Tremaine. Soon, dude. Soon. It's gotta happen soon. I feel for you, buddy. You got this. That's right, even some human objects are portals to the Minish world. Those Minish may not look like much, but they sure are crafty. Hey, you're Bodink, right? You're the one who brought the sword to Master Malari. You're on a quest to help the princess, aren't you? I wish I could go on a quest, but then who'd make Rem's shoes for him? Like how his name is Rem. That's cute. Oh, you need Pegasus boots? Why, you're just in time. We made a pair made a pair just now while Rem was sleeping. But only Rem could put the finishing touches on them. Aha, that sleepyhead Rem is nearly impossible to wake up. If you want to wake him, you'll need to get an item from Syrup's hut. It's a little bit of a trek, but we'll mark it on your map for you. Great. I feel like one of these Minish are too into feet and it shows. The other Minish don't bring it up. I hope he isn't weird around new people. What a few kinstones, you've got it. 2 kinstone pieces fit perfectly. Gotta see these toes, they're the works of art. Staring into the eyes of Din. Oh my gosh. Ooh. A treasure chest in the Minish Woods. Hey, look at that! Nice work! I wonder what will happen. What about you? You want to fuse? No? I lost my key and I can't get inside. And the spare key's inside the house. Oh, I'm exploding you. I'm sorry. You seem to be okay with it, though. What a pain. And I was thinking of going into town to sell Lon Lon milk. Go in through the well. Speaking of wells, I saw The Ring for the first time this weekend. It was one of those horror movies that have just happened to have eluded me all these years. Ooh, a kinstone piece. And it was okay. It was alright. I mean, it's, you know... I remember when it came out, everybody was talking about it being, like, the scariest movie. But I thought the story was more prominent than anything else in the movie. It's not like there was a lot of, like, genuine, like, jump scares or anything else used to scare you. It was... I feel like it was really story-driven, which was good. That's a good thing. But I didn't find it to be that scary, but it was a decent movie. Point Break, good. Constantine, bad. Ring, okay. Profiling your movie preferences. What else? Oh, I also saw Glass Onion, Knives Out mystery. Have you guys seen that one? That was actually really... I like that one a lot. It was very funny. I'm gonna solve this puzzle. Here you go, dummy. I got your key. I love the Knives Out mystery series. So I didn't realize there was a first one, so I ended up watching that after I watched the second one. But the second one was way... The first one was good. The second one was better. And a lot funnier. There was a lot of really good humor in that movie. I thought it was really, really good. Ah, our one and only spare key. I don't know how you got this, but I can't thank you enough. Tell me your name, Sonny. Odink, that's a great name. If you ever need to go to Lake Ilea, feel free to cut through our house. Sure. So dumb it's smart. No, it's just dumb. Yeah, Daniel Craig as like a southern, what would you call them? What is the term I'm thinking of? Like a, like for a woman you say Southern Belle. What do you say for like a guy who's like that really, really sort of like sweet, sort of like laid back? Thank you very much, Bodink. Come visit us again. Southern Gent. Yeah, Gent works. Yeah, Southern Gent. But yeah, those were both good movies. I caught Ferris Bueller's Day Off on TV for a little bit while I was eating, which is my favorite movie of all time. So that made me happy, but... Ferris Bueller's Day Off is an hour-and-a-half long movie. And it was on, like I said, it was on TV. I never watched TV, but I happened to see it. Just because I turned it on while I was eating. And it was 3.5 hours of runtime, but the movie itself is only an hour and a half. So there were more time with commercials than there was film time. The new Hercules Agatha Christie movies. I'm from the South on the authority on this. Yeah, but you're from Florida South. Like, you're not like... It's like a different type of South. Recent hate on Ferris Bueller? I've never heard that. Oh, Murder on the Orient Express. That came up for me in like a suggested movie. Is that's good? Death on the Nile? Maybe some new movies to watch. Hang on, I'm like barely paying attention. I'm like so engrossed in the movie conversation here. Some over-the-top SJWs saying it reeks of white privilege. Shut up, dude. It's a story about a kid skipping school. So ridiculous. Well, it does. All about calling out white privilege, but leave my innocent movies alone. Unbelievable. That's so ridiculous. What do I want to do? Hang on. I'm getting too sidetracked. Okay. Knives Out was inspired by those books by Agatha Christie, having private detective who is a genius and solves interesting mysteries without being insufferable like Sherlock. I still like Sherlock. I don't know too much about Sherlock. But those movies were both very good. I enjoyed them a lot. I need to go buy something. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone, bro. Am I able to? Gooch. Can I have this? Yeah, there we go. Yes, I will buy the boomerang. Okay. Well, you're a big spender, aren't you? Okay. Well, now I've got the boomerang. Sorry about that. I'm getting far too sidetracked. I lost sight of what I was doing. Usually, it's just ignore that kind of rubbish. Just care that the movie doesn't bore me. It's, I don't know, man. I'm very offline. I'm very off the internet. I don't listen to, you know, I don't know, all this, like, going back. Like, we've talked about this before on my channel. Going back and looking at things that were made in different eras. And then people calling them problematic. It's like, well, then don't watch it. Like, if you consider it problematic, then just don't watch it, I guess. If it makes you that upset. It's such a ridiculous thing to get angry about. How tranquil. Those cows look so delicious. What? Excuse you. This is a vegetarian-friendly stream, my friend. We will be leaving these cows alone. Yep. Yeah, I agree, October. And that sentiment doesn't apply to Ferris Bueller's Day Off, of all things. Like, there's a million things we can work towards being better. But Ferris Bueller's Day Off is not one of those things that I'm worried about. What a bizarre thing to get angry over. Hercule Poirot is a protagonist that is consistent throughout the series. The decades were problematic because we had old ideas on how we treat each other. Doesn't mean it somehow sets us back from what we know now by watching them. Yeah, exactly. I don't think there's anything. I don't see anything wrong with Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Like we've talked about this before. I've admitted things that are problematic on like a show like That 70s Show, but again, it was a show made in a different era about a different era. So like, what exactly do you want from that? You know. If it upsets you, then don't watch it. You know, it's a show that's no longer airing. You don't have to worry about it. It's done. It's over with. Just don't watch it. I also watched I haven't watched St. Elmo's Fire in a long time, and I watched that as well. I think that movie's still good. I like it. Desperately try to fix everything. Shaun of the Dead has an inappropriate racial slur that makes me cringe now. It's not going to make me cancel the movie. Yeah, exactly. I mean, my brother and I talk about that. Like, sometimes you hear, like, the R word thrown around or like, the F. Like, in fact, I watched, a couple weeks ago, I watched, what is it called? Idiocracy. And that movie uses, you know, the, homophobic F slur, like, a lot. And it's just, like, it's a shock to hear. But it's just comedy. Like, you know, get over it. It's okay. It happened. They wouldn't do that now, so it is what it is, man. If it upsets you, don't share it, I guess. Don't watch it. Like, it... Whatever. I love the 80s. But I know it was full of persecution of... Yeah. So, like, wood paneling, retro gaming, and synth music. I'm not shocked by hearing any word. It's like a, what's the right word? It's just like, you just get taken aback by it because you're not used to hearing those thrown around as much as they were, you know, 20 years ago. Someone called one of my coworkers the R slur at work. He's happy that no one let him get away with it. Several of the team, autistic, including myself, and the staff didn't take kindly to that kind of talk. That's good. That is good. Alright, I need to continue on here. Alright, look, Lake Hylia, Syrups, Wish Huts. No, that's not what I want either. You love your job? That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Alright, let's go! Red Kinstone. There we go. We're genius. Love the benefits your job provides you, like work from home. My job is playing Zelda. This way to Mayor Hagen's lakeside cabin. Ooh, blue kinstone peas. And a piece of heart. I'm outside in the heat all day, but my job is so easy. A monkey could do it. And I basically get paid to chat with my coworkers all day. That's nice. My job isn't a real job and it has no benefits. All digging absolutely prohibited. Keep you entertained. Oh, that's good. Another kinstone piece. I'm getting lucky with the kinstone pieces. If I'm making money, it's a real job. I don't make enough money to live on, and I don't have any benefits or anything like that. So that kind of stinks. I wish it was like a living wage kind of job, then I would feel a lot better about it. Can I have this?
Ah, yes, a fine choice, my dear. That's a limited time article. One whiff, and you're wide awake. That is why it's called a wake-up mushroom. Would you like to buy it for 60 rupees?
Sure. You got a wake up mushroom. Its nasty stench chases away the sleepies.
Yeah, just face the sleepy snoozer and press R, and that'll pop his eyes right open. Pop!
Wonderful. Oh, you want a few kinstones? Okay, that sounds good. What do we got? Been a long time since the last time I visited Hyrule. I think I'll set up a little place where I can sell my kinstones. Yay. They fit perfectly, so that's good.
Does that voice make me want to yawn? Because that's, I don't know, Gorons always sound like they're yawning, I guess. Oh. Welcome to the adventurous spring. That's what the Great Fairy sounds like. I have need of many rupees. Please throw all of yours into the spring. Okay. He just bedtime story voice. Really? You know that if you do this, you will have absolutely no rupees left, right? Will you really throw them all in? You are most kind. I do not really need your rupees, but I must reward such a kind adventurer with some of my power. Ooh, we got a big wallet. Now I can carry even more rupees. May light shine on your quest. That's definitely what the Great Fairy sound like. Yamba. Getting a lot of green kinstone pieces, which is not a bad thing. What's up there, bud? You saying you want to match kinstone pieces? Excuse me. I feel so much stronger now. Here we go. Is that a hiccup? I don't think so. More like a burp. Ooh, it's about time. Looking good though. I'm going in. Aren't hiccups the thing that just keep going and going and going and going and going? According to you guys. Do you see anymore? Do you hear anymore? Well, look at that, a perfect fit. You want to fuse too? The two kinstone pieces fit perfectly. Maybe something good will happen. You can have just one, sure. Sure. That's the story now. Storming the castle? Don't storm the capital. It's like chip off the old rock. Oh, rock and roll. Can I destroy you from back here? No! Oh no! No! How come I can kill the snake but I can't? Are you kidding me? That's so lame. Thanks for the clip, I guess? Yeah, pretty much showing. I think this is something I'll do later on. Ouch. I'm getting wrecked. Leave me alone. Relax, alright? Enough, levers. Yo, what's up, Nate? Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. Hope you had a nice weekend. Don't pick on you? I genuinely don't even remember what I said. Hey, we got another piece of heart. Just one more. I'm hanging in there, Nate. You know how it is, man. Thank you for asking. Can you relax? Talking about the game from me getting demolished by all the enemies. Alright, so Mr. Goron boy here sells us kinstone pieces. If we need them, but I'm pretty sure they're really expensive. Yeah, 300 rupees a piece. But if we end up getting into a pinch, somehow those exist. Hope the hot weather isn't too horrible on my end. It's not great, dude. We ended up losing power over the weekend for a period of time. So that means obviously without air. We lost it for several hours. So no air. It was really, really rough, so air conditioning has gone down, power has gone down. But everything's back to normal now. I've got a fan here next to me, which is a new addition, but I'm just always so hot when I'm streaming, so this is keeping me a little bit cooler, which is nice. How about you? Oh, finally a day that's not raining all day. If I recall correctly, and I guarantee that I do, my boy, I think Syrup said to stand in front of a sleeping person and press R. Yes, I know. I remember. Wow! What is that terrifying bad smell? A wake-up mushroom? I should have guessed, so you woke me up. Thanks. Just remembered I have something urgent to do. It's been in the 60s here, so I can't really complain. I am jealous. There are more new shoes. You probably won't believe this, but I have a strange habit of making shoes in my sleep. So you must come here. You must have come here because you want some of my shoes, right? Oh, yeah, what? Because you were nice enough to wake me up, you can have them. Hold on a sec, though. I just want to finish up this last bit. Sweet, sweet, sweet. And there we go. Here, take these. These are my special Pegasus boots. They're so light, they make you feel like you're practically walking on air. Okay, we got the Pegasus boots. Hold the button to run faster than the wind. Oh, I need to hurry up and get working on that special order. The king asked me to make some shoes for Princess Zelda, you see. Excuse me. Thanks for waking me up. Come back if I can ever help you with some shoe problems. I will not, but thank you. The summer is so brutal. Ordered a fan that goes around my neck for work because I'm literally dripping sweat while trying to grab photos from the printer. It's just... It's so bad, and there exist VODs of me during this past winter saying how bad the summer was going to be. I knew it was going to be this way. And I am very much not enjoying it. I have stayed inside like all summer, which is unusual because I like to get out and do things, and I like to go walk, and I can't even just go take a walk around the neighborhood. That's how hot it is here every day. Oops. Homies in Florida are not okay. Yeah, dude, my basement too, November. I went down there to do laundry and I was like, what? Why is my basement so hot? Like, I'm not used to this. Usually go down to the basement, it's nice and cool. No, it's hot. Genuinely hot. Come to Alaska to cool off. I wish, man. I wish I could.
What if hey, look at that? And you know what that means? Good luck for us. Yeah, I guess so.
Anybody want to fuse kinstones with me? Oh, you want to fuse kinstones? Anybody? I need a friend.
Hot basements, I know, eh? The humidity is 78. Thank the gods I have no reason to go outside. 78 is like still... It's like in summertime, it's like in the 80s and 90s like all the time. It's nuts. One moment. Let me just check on what the humidity says now compared to what it was this morning. Humidity is at 50 right now. Which is quite low for us at this time of year. A new sword, fantastic! And you seem to have acquired new skills with it. Yes, I am ready to train you again, young swordsman. So, will you accept my new training? I will now teach you a technique called the Rock Breaker, so pay attention. First, swing your sword to break pots. Actually, that's all there is, young swordsman. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, haha, good. If you had said you didn't understand, I would have had serious doubts about you. Yes, but one must feel the technique, not just hear about it. That is why I will now possess your body so as to demonstrate the technique. That is the secret of the swift blade possession technique of training. Watch this. Position! Yeah. 69 degrees in Seattle. Nice. Now you must try it for yourself. Break the pots with your sword. That's all. Break. Yes, fine work. Fantastic even. I will now give you this tiger skull. If you ever forget the technique, you can review it with the scroll. Shatter pots and pulverize boulders with a single blow.
Okay.
Ah, yes, you have the Pegasus boots, and you seem to have more skill, too. Yes, I'm ready to train you again, so would you like to train here? Yes. You will now learn a new technique, the dash attack. First, equip the Pegasus boots. Second, equip your sword. Third, run like crazy. That's all, young swordsman. Do you understand? And then he do the thing, and he'll demonstrate it for you, and he goes inside you somehow. And that's that. You must try it for yourself. Equip the Pegasus boots and your sword and run like crazy. Gaming. Yes, fine work. You learned quickly. I will now give you this tiger scroll, so if you ever forget, you can read it from the scroll. Great. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. No. What system was this? This was the GBA. The Game Boy Advance. Hello. How are you today? My dog's real smart and a little spoiled too. Being able to break pots with the sword is such a nice feature. You ought to be careful when you're running around. You're awfully tiny. Not all dogs and cats are nice like me. Woof. Some of them might even take a swipe at you. Arf, arf. You want a few kinstones? Let's do it. I'll fuse kinstones with you, puppy puppy. The 2 kinstone pieces fit perfectly. Maybe something good will happen. Oracles were Game Boy Color. That is correct. The 2 games for DS are Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, and then on the 3DS there was A Link Between Worlds. Arf, a perfect fit, arf. I'm gonna get run over by the postman. Do you want to fuse kinstones? No. Ghosts are scary. That one's nice. But even nice ghosts are still scary, aren't they? Yay! We got a piece of heart and completed a new heart container. Pog! Get on the pot. Get in the pot.
Breadsticks.
Sniff, sniff. Doesn't that smell spectacular? Perhaps they gave out free samples. I say, would you ask for me? No! Oh, relax. Everything's okay, I promise. Hello. Anybody want to fuse kidstones or no? I got 100 rupees. How exciting. Is that the rupees I was stripped of earlier? Okay. Nobody wants to fuse kinstones with me, man. Sad. Welcome! I'm selling issues of a helpful adventurer's guide. It is called the Swordsman Newsletter, full of useful advice. Right now you can buy the latest issues for only 200 rupees. It's a bargain. It's a bargain. Would you like to buy an issue? No, I don't even have enough. Leave me alone. Oh, really? Well, if you change your mind, come on back. I can only help you. You say so. Sounds like a scam to me. I don't need to buy any issues. I've got plenty. I feel that. Bye, postman. Ooh, you want to fuse? Let's fuse. You want to fuse too? Do it, dude. Bracco. Yeah, what up, for real? Hope you're doing well, dude. Good to see you. Switch cut out. Called you Fairy? You want me to call you Fairy? That can be arranged. Oh, you want to fuse too? Let's fuse. Sheila. Oh. Oh, Sheila. Ah. You define the mayor. Where is the mayor? Is he in here? Are you the? You're not the mayor. We're confused though. Very accommodating, but no thank you. Use yourself. That mustachioed guy strikes me as somewhat unreliable. There's something fishy about this room, too. You want to fuse kinstones? Oh, please, please, yes! Maybe something good will happen. Oh, that's so pretty, a perfect fit. Ooh. Another kinstone piece. You lose one, you get one. Move.
You got a big wallet. Now I can carry more rupees. Nice. So many big wallets. Now I can carry all kinds of rupees. Another kinstone piece. And a heart piece. Let's go. Alright, what was that? 13, I think? Only 31 more to go. Oi. Forgotten so much of this game. This is one of my lesser played Zelda games for sure. And I'm remembering things as we do them, but overall, it is excuse me, it's one of the more forgettable Zelda games. Bring whatever you'd like to buy up to the register. I'll be happy to ring you up. What? Are you the register? You're going to the one and only bakery of Wheaton and Pita. Our delicious brioche, which may or may not have something special inside, is a filling and fulfilling bargain, only at 20 rupees. We bought a brioche. It looks so crusty and delicious. There was a kinstone piece inside your tasty treat. What incredible luck. I did it. Hog. Forgettable how dare. I remember really enjoying it. There's probably a reason. It's okay. I feel sort of very meh about this game in particular. Again, doing 100% on this game is such a chore. And thanks to you guys reaching our incentive, I have to fuse all the kinstones as well as everything else in the game. And there's already one really unbelievably tedious portion of the game if you want 100% it, so I can't wait for that. You want to fuse again? Link breaking his teeth on kinstones. Oh, yeah, why would you hide a kinstone inside your loaf of bread? Seems like a poor business decision. How about you? Do you want to fuse again? No? You're good? Scooch! Scooch! Get out of my way! You're in my way, lady! I'm so tired, I feel you. Today's not a very great day.
You want to fuse kinstones, don't you? Well, okay, let's give it a try. Massive wiring project at work dropped on us today. That sounds like fun. What exactly do you have to wire? Cameras, really? How is that your job? Fit perfectly. I wonder what's going to happen. I don't know. Just leave me alone, lady. Oh, it's Ethernet. So that falls under tech. Yeah, of course it does. Network cameras. Maybe. Okay. It's terminating the wires. Oh, not running them. Gotcha. Okay. It's hard not to get stepped on when there are so many people here. This cafe is so busy, you can hear all sorts of stuff from all the people here. Is there a way up there? Am I dumb? Am I not seeing it? I don't think I really want to be out here right now, but... You want a cheap fuse kinstones? Beep! Oh, of course. Of course I don't have one. Excellent. Sorry, little chickadee. You want to quit? You think I'm too young? Beep beep. I don't think you're too young. I would like to fuse kinstones with you. You seem like you would be my friend. Would you like to fuse kinstones? Do I have one for you? I do. Kitty. They fit perfectly per... I think there's a way up, and I'm too dumb to find it. Unless, do I? No, that can't be right. No, I've got to go from... Stop! Me up. How do I get up there? Ah, there we go. What a nice smell. I don't know if I can fuse kinstones. I cannot. Sorry. Like those red hats the forest Minish wear. Like the blue hats the town Minish wear. Maybe you guys should trade hats. Maybe the city life would be exciting. Don't know if I can. I don't think I can. I can't fuse with anybody anymore, man. I don't have enough. Everyone here is so refined. Forest Minish have come for a visit. Ten mysterious shells. Hello, is anyone back there? No? How well, I guess not. How odd. Joke's on you, buddy. I am back here. Gad, I knew there was someone here. When did you find your way back there? This area is for employees only. That is to say, me and me alone. Yeah, I'm taking your bottle. I'm sorry, good lad, but that is not for sale. The bottle contains food for my dear little dog Fifi. What? You just want the bottle? That's highly unusual. Well, fine. If you feed Fifi, I guess you can have the bottle. How does that sound? Yeah, I'll do it. Excellent, excellent. He's at my home right now. Thank you so much. I got a bottle of dog food. Head out on my errand. Allow me to mark the location of my home here on your map. Don't ask questions. Put the rupees in the bag. Don't be a hero. I believe there should be a doggy dish for my dog back at my house. Just face the dish and press R to dump the food into little Fifi bowl. Little Fifi's bowl, even. Out of my way. Hey. Hey! I said out of my way. It's dangerous up here. Become small. Hey, you made it over, huh? I bet crossing that narrow bridge made you nervous, right? Not really, but... Hey, what's up, Hocus? Thank you for the good luck. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a nice weekend. Delta's going okay. How are you doing? Ruff, ruff, you want a few skin stones? I don't have any, apparently. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, am I in your way? I just wanted a little attention. Anyways, nice of you to say hi. Sorry for the trouble. I'll move now. Everyone in town is really nice. It didn't look like... There you go. Now you moved. Good boy.
Ew! Like how they're not startled at all. Man, I don't have any kinstones or anybody who wants to fuse, so they all want the one or the couple green ones that I don't have. Doing alright, got some stuff done during the day, now just chilling. Very nice. Glad you're doing okay. You guys want to see the worst part of doing 100% in this game? I collect those mysterious shells you've seen scattered all over the place. If you bring those shells to me, I'll trade you these figurines I've made. Is that a mysterious shell? I've got an offer I'd like to make you. What do you say to trading it for a chance of winning a figurine? Yeah. How many shells would you like to use in this drawing? The more shells you use, the more likely you are to win a figure you don't have. Keep that in mind. The more shells you use, the more likely you are to win a figure you don't have. You're going to trade one of them? Great, now just pull the lever on the figure dispensing machine over there. I might have to grind some of this offline. Beetle! But not beetle. Appears in various areas. They appear under rocks and grass. Congratulations! I'll keep the figurine in the case on the left for you. You can see it anytime. Let's check out our figurines. Let's see. Good, there's 130 of them. Remember that. Every time we want one, we have to trade shells. But every time we do it, we get a new one, our probability goes down. The more shells you trade, the more likely you are to get a new figurine. 129 to go. These people are only interested in fusing kinstones with bad boys who don't treat them right. Not a nice guy like Boding. So this becomes your life. Get 100%. $128. Watch me get a double, like right off the bat. I forgot about these. This is the worst. You might think, oh, it's not that bad. The probability's down to 95%. That's still a really good chance to get a new figurine you don't have. The more you do it, the worse it gets. Yeah, exactly, EG. Gamba addict. So far, so good. Only need 50,000 shells to get 100% probability on all 130, no problem. Thank you for doing the math there, for real, I appreciate that. To 100%, yeah, probably. And the fact that you have to go through this whole spiel every time. Oh, you're pulling numbers out of your butt. It's gotta be up there. I don't know, I'm sure you could look it up. For 100% for all 130. I guess now is a good time to bring up
Exclamation TT if you guys want to see the incentives. We are working towards 100% Breath of the Wild, as well as our first Majora's Mask randomizer playthrough ever. And we're also technically always working towards doing the CDI games on original hardware. Gift subs do get Pokemon pack openings. I appreciate any support at all. I appreciate you guys being here with me as I go through this and drive myself insane. We're doing okay so far. I definitely did not 100% this. I have multiple times in my life. Between this and the Kinstone is... Oh good, there's our first double. I will buy that figurine back for 5 rupees. Wow, you're so generous. That's 2. We're at the 80% probability, and I'm getting doubles now. So that's how this game goes. Yoshi egg in a Zelda game. There's been Yoshi in a Zelda game. I'll try to go down to like 70-ish% and then I'll just call it. This is something I can grind offline, but I might as well show you guys what goes into it. Oh yeah, absolutely, Okus. Of course. Feels like an unboxing. It's like the world's worst unboxing. I'm very fatigued. I'll try to answer as best as I can. There's the third double. There's... Oh, I thought we had the choo-choos already. Oh, maybe... I think we got the big choo-choo, actually. No, just one. I'll take it down to 70 and then I'll give up. I'm doing a new thing where I say that to people's open questions despite having no... Oh good, there's our fourth. No qualifications to do so. Most times saying, gosh, I don't know. Somebody keep me sane. My knees hurt. Sounds qualified to me. addition to my habit of doing normal things like buying groceries, getting gas, a ticket scanned on the train, then I lean over to my partner and excitedly hush tone, I can't believe that worked. That's pretty good. I like that. Alright. If we get a new one, this is the last one. And then I can focus on this offline. Yay! Alright. What is that? How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21! We have 21. I was wondering, the sweatpants, which I love by the way, they say they should be washed in cold water. 40 degrees Celsius water for clothes is the regular wash here. I'm wondering if they can handle it. How warm water do you use, or just cold? I just wash them with everything else, because I'm sure it should be fine. I mean, maybe turn them inside out at the most. I would do that really for any merch. 109 to go. But I don't know. I've always washed mine just with my regular load of laundry and warm water, so shouldn't be an issue. I suppose there's a danger of shrinking if you dry it immediately after. I don't know. But I've never had any issues. So hopefully that doesn't ruin your your sweats. If somehow it does, let me know immediately and I will get you a new pair and I will bring it to Finland with me. Yeah, if they get ruined, you can just buy another pair from me, Hocus. I need to wash my Switch and controllers. Do I use cold water or hot? Well, if you had said wash, but you said watch, so. All right, well that's a little glimpse at what I have to go through offline, so that's going to be a lot of fun for me. Little red thing is really starting to bug me. It's like a house or something. Oh, you want a fuse? I bet I don't have one that fits. Oh, no, wait, I'm stupid. I don't have one that fits. Think. Oh, it was nice talking to you. You had a change of heart? Well, I'll be here. In this cool climate, my clothes are a little on the unprotective side. I heard washed. I used to clean systems back in college and I learned a lot about cleaning electronics. Me too! Except only like the last part of your statement. I have learned a lot about cleaning electronics. I don't have what you need. And I don't know how to find what you need. Move. Yeah, too much. Man, you always want a few skin stones. Worked in a game shop before GameStop took over everything. Used to have an electronics boutique. Us too, we had one. We also had a Funko Land. I don't know if anybody knows what Funko Land is. Well, this kind of stinks. Go away. Oh boy, it's already 3 o'clock. Ouch. $200 mysterious shells, which I will be spending at good old Karlov's shop to get new figurines so my life can be complete. Foreshadowing. So, this is your house. Well, it seems like a nice place, so where's my room? Shut up. People would bring in their PlayStations and Xboxes of various generations. They don't work no more. Open it up, lifted the case, see circular mass of roaches, slammed it down as quick as possible, put the screws back in, wrapped it in shrink wrap we had for used games with paper towel, some Goo Gone with toxic fumes. Eventually the roaches would start to suffocate and crawl out of the vents, and then die. Left it for 48 hours until we were sure, and dumped them out like the worst cereal ever made into the trash. You're just spending shells on Funko Pops? I don't understand Funko Pops. Do we? Oh good, we at least confused skin stones. Reminded me of the movie Creepshow. Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Dooby. Yay, we got another empty bottle. We're gaming. Okay. Can I go up from there? You guys feel like fusing again? Anybody? No? No? Hello. Here you go, doggy. Yay, we got an empty bottle. GG. Arf arf, you want to fuse kinstones? Maybe. No, apparently not. I am poor in the way of kinstones, my friend. Drop a link in the Discord, oh boy. Oh good, a kinstone. Is that what I need? Oh, I don't even remember which one she wanted to fuse. Stupid. Not it. Sorry, puppy. I'd rather not put it here. Okay. Do. I am exhausted. Not where I want to be yet. Fog, we got a piece of heart. Nicely done. Fog, another piece of heart.
No, don't go back down. Fog! Another heart piece. And 50 rupees. And 50 rupees. Believe not what others tell you. I am the true Master Swordsman of Hyrule. My name is Greyblade. And if you train with me, you will learn much. So, would you like to train here? You will learn the amazing roll attack. First, roll with the D-pad and R. Second, as soon as you get up. Third, scream hi-ya and swing your sword. Spoiler tag, probably a good idea. That's all, young swordsman, do you understand? Ooh, well answered, you have much promise. But one must feel the technique, not just hear about it, and that's why you're gonna overtake my body and show me the way. Phew, now you must try it for yourself. Showing. Yes, fine work, you know the way. I will now give you this tiger scroll. Hooray! Slay with one stroke, aim and release. Maybe don't say those words in that order. Yeah, maybe. No, apparently not, sorry. The Sanctuary is a strange place that borders the human and Minish worlds. The doorway to the Sanctuary opens only once every 100 years. I believe the entrance is somewhere in Hyrule Castle. Brilliant.
Man, I don't have like any proper kinstones to do important things. I'm confused with you, but that's not that important. Golden Tektite. Of course, now you want to fuse when I don't have a kinstone. Perfect. And where's like the easiest way to get kinstones in this game? This is gonna be such an annoyance. Is there any chance for blue and red kinstones from grass or pots or rocks? Or is it always green? And don't go back down. Hello. Oh my, that fragment looks like mine. They might even fit together. Oh, look at that. They do. I finally am able to fuse with somebody in this world. Yay. Oh, perfect. They fit. That's it. Got it now. The perfect curse. Apart or whole, these two are one. Two lost and broken halves, like me and my beloved. Thanks, man. Oh dear, Bodink, will you listen to my verse? When I finally returned to my home, sweet home, a stranger was there. And I'm an extremely shy person, and I just can't talk to someone I don't know, so I had to put my feelings to verse. While I was gone, did you break in to practice your thieving art? Even if you rob my home, you can never steal my heart. What if you use kinstones? Man, why don't I ever have what I need? Ah, I'm sorry. Hello, how are you? A dark room settles my soul, I say. Now turn on the lights, say. Okay. Thanks, Shawing. Oh good, a kinstone piece. Sure it won't fit with anybody. Leave me alone. Ah. So a guardian is protecting the treasure. Take care while fighting it. Oh wow, thanks, guy. Ooh, I got a kinstone piece. Ooh, I got a kinstone piece. A gold kinstone piece. Gold! Jamming out. Oh man. I want to sell you arrows, but you don't have a bow. Come back later. Can we fuse stones? Holy! I'm confused with somebody. No, that is one nasty looking statue. That eye has such an evil glower to it. Cool. Ah! Ooh. You got a bow! Now you can take out enemies from afar. Neat. Achoo. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, what's up, Shorster? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. I feel like I might have another one coming on. Thank you, Sean. Sneezing is fake. Shoot. Maybe not where I wanted to go.
Ooh, I got 5 arrows. Dope. Off of me. Boom! Yeah. Every time. Another golden kinstone. Neat. Blue kinstone. That's gotta be a like. So many kinstones. I'm sure I won't be able to use any of them. Yay! Another gold kinstone. Those I can use.
Not so sure about the other ones that I've been collecting. What up, Gecko? Had to lurk it up today, way too much work. No problem, man. Appreciate you guys being here in any capacity. It's been a quiet day today. I need to get down there. Ooh. You don't have to apologize, Gecko. Hopefully your day hasn't been too bad. Do I have enough in me to keep going, or do I want to call it here? I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me take a short bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and we will see if I want to continue here or not. Yeah, give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Alrighty. I think I will push through this last section and dungeon here, and then call it a stream after that. But I'm very low energy right now, and it's been a quiet day, which doesn't help. Has anybody given an answer to the stream title question? No, nobody has. Oh good, your Super NT showed up. Nice, dude. Today? Like, just now? Oh my goodness me. Hey, Kidstone. Could start to tell inappropriate jokes. Just now? Nice, Gecko. I don't think you look so small. It's a reference to something, but nobody's picked it up yet. These soldier statues here were built by the Minish ages ago to help humans. It's kind of a secret, but there's a switch inside that turns them on or off. Yay, Kinstone piece. My legs hurt. I don't like sitting. Should I just complain for the rest of the stream? Okay, bye. Can you just slash? Thanks. How am I getting destroyed by a rope of all enemies in this game? How dare you be human in half pain? I haven't been very active recently, and that's kind of a bummer. I'm becoming a lazy gamer. Same here. Come on, man. So annoying. My body is feeling being back to work. Genetic arthritis symptoms popping up on my back, knees, and hands. Feels 30, man. How she goes. Relax, dude. So annoying. An annoying little enemy. 50 rupees. Let's go. 50 mysterious shells. Let's go. Turn off. Wave the road. The trunk is the answer? Not what I want to be yet. One sec. I'm capping, but also giving a real answer instead of the reference. I'm confused. I'm lost, future. My title, right. I got small. Oh, the tree trunk made you small. I got you. I got you. Hang on. Ah. This is what I wanted. Yay! A piece of heart. Go away. Alright, now we can go back there. Why do I need to turn you off again if you were already turned off? Who activated you? Alright. Now, here we are, the Fortress of Winds, the third dungeon of the game. And I suppose I will power through this before we end stream. To think the ruins were hidden within the cliff this whole time. I don't know. He said, like, watch your step or something, I don't know. Knew it. I'm gonna be off Twitch for the next 3 hours because of people on my team being out, and now I'm backlogging my stuff after working their stuff by myself. Oh boy, that sounds like fun future. Sorry you're dealing with that. Thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your day. One of them is back now. That's good at least. Yay, we got the compass. Did something fall down, or was it just my imagination? Ah, it was your imagination. Small key. Okay, we got the map and the compass, so we're in good shape.
Ooh. We got the mole mitts. Dig, dig, dig to your heart's content. Maybe I will. Ooh, 100 rupees. Instone piece. Okay. Yo, what's up, Moogles? Thank you for the lurk.
Oh
Elf,
hey, it's actually Tuesday.
thank you so much for the 26 months. I really appreciate that. Going towards our Breath of Wild 100% playthrough. Thanks so much. Yo, what's up, Eterna Nocturnum? We're doing well. Hey, mysterious shells. Yo, Wookie, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Going towards our Majora's Mask rando. Appreciate that, guys. Thank you very much. My legs hurt. Why do my legs hurt from sitting around? I need to be active and go do things. But it's too hot out to do anything. You know? Thanks, guys. Much appreciated. Just now seeing Eslo. He was on my head this morning. I said I would wear the hat for the rest of the stream if we got 10 gift subs, but nobody wanted to see me wear the hat. Just probably a good thing. What part of my legs? My knees. My knees are always in pain. It's a problem I've had since childhood.
Ooh, Redkin Stone. Had a meeting today with the assistant Super Nintendo regarding finding a replacement tech director. And all the techs will not be a part of the process at all. So that's cool. Oh gosh, come on, get off it. What do you mean? I can't. What do you mean? I escaped. Get wrecked. I hate you. Oh good, I get my money back. Go away. Give me that. I'm doing alright. Exodus was a beast in 12 and a loser in 5. What? I don't know what that means. Alright, I think I've gotten... Oh, Final Fantasy? That's why I don't know what it means. I don't know the first thing about Final Fantasy. You're showing. Lukenstone. If anyone ever asks you if you know anything about Final Fantasy, there are two answers. Moogles or... I don't know if it's pronounced Sid or Kid. I think I've outed myself as not... excuse me, not knowing what the heck that means. High Wind Deathbringer, first one. What are you guys talking about? I am lost. Why does everybody think my burps are hiccups? Why is that a thing? Do-do-do-do. Okay, if you say so. I don't have the energy to argue with anybody. This weird conspiracy. Ah! Redkinstone. Alright, we're doing good. Can't tell if serious or seriously funny, you decide. Okie dokie. I knew you would be enemies. M. Okay, bye. No. There we go. Okay. No, not again. I mean, you just don't leave. Heart piece. Let's go. Get our key. We're doing good. We're doing good. Phew, we barely made it. I was certain we'd run out of time. Yeah, well, I'm a genius and I've played Zelda, so... Joke's on you.
Ah. I want to do this. And then I do this. No, not that.
There we go. Gaming. Key. Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, is that a hole there? No. Ouch. I can't tell if that's... No. What am I looking for here? There's a reason for this. Perhaps I should have unlocked the door first. Maybe that's the issue is... Yep, okay. Let's try this again. Gaming. Okay, so that is the only one we've got left. That's good news. Ooh, big money. We got the big key. All right, here we go. Pretty cool boss. Like his design. Need to do anything else, or no? Get off of me! Get off of me! Ah! I think it's just the eye. The no, I'm not quite sure, but we'll see. What? Disagree. What? Why didn't it shoot? Shoot. Shoot. Oh, please. Alright, well. Shoot, why? Why is it not shoot? It just wouldn't shoot. I'm just standing there staring at him. I don't know. Why isn't he shooting? Am I doing something? I don't understand. Am I doing something wrong? Like, obviously those are there for a reason. Where's the Link? What? I thought I... What? Can you not? I'm so confused by this. Do they need multiple shots? I don't think so. I think once they're disabled, that's your chance to... Gosh, to go run over to the rock and transform, but I don't know why I can't, like, get into the head. Maybe they do need multiple shots. What do I know? Oh, okay. Yeah. You got it, Health. Why aren't you shooting? It's so annoying. Like, he just stands there and looks, and I'm hitting A, and he doesn't actually shoot the arrow. There we go. Okay. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. Why aren't you shooting, weirdo? Now I'm playing with power. Oh no! Diggy 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 dig. Of course. What? Alright. He's got a shrink ray. I see how it is. Get in there. Did I win? Scooba-dooba-dooba-doo. Yeah, Pog. Buddies. We are the tribe of the winds. Long have we lived with the winds. We have mastered them. Now we join them. Together with the great winds at our backs, we head for the skies. Those who come seeking our power must play the notes Zephyr teaches. You guys know Zephyr. May they lead you onward to the power that you seek. Got the Ocarina of Wind. North, south, east, and west are just a breath away. I do believe this is where the tribe of winds once lived. So they've left for the heavens. They've taken an element with them. It looks like the wind element is beyond our reach for the time being. We have no choice but to press on. Let's get out of here. The element was not here, but at least we now have a clue as to its whereabouts. You must use the Ocarina of Wind to open a new path. Well, there's no point in standing around. Go get that last element. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to do it for today for the Ocarina of Wind Waker. Right? That's the name of this game, I think. I don't remember. So we'll be back next week with more Minish Cap, of course. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. I'll see you tomorrow for speedrunning. I'll see you next week for more Minish Cap. And hopefully we will be able to complete more than just pulling a lever for some gacha capsules. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for all the support. Yo, Teal. Have a good one. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.